Chapter 1541. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 31 seconds p.m. Chapter 1541. A rain if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Seeing the silence of the blue-haired man, the voice grew gentler. It was clear that whoever this individual of the Aderna family was, his standing was not small, or else the voice wouldn't even bother to show such courtesy. This isn't the only place we've allowed those tablets to spread, and we are currently heavily monitoring their activity. Some risks need to be taken. They were destroyed years ago because their threat was too enormous, but it's precisely their strength that we need now. The blue-haired man opened his mouth to speak, but he held back, shaking his head. It seemed that history had a tendency to repeat itself. Those families have been destroyed long ago, but it seemed that their families wanted to bring them back in a controlled fashion by spreading the lineage factors among the common folk. To the blue-haired man, even the geniuses of the fiend rank could only be considered as such. The chasm between them and the great families was simply far too large. However, if these common folk were given these tablets, the change to their destiny would be far too great. Who was to say those families wouldn't rise up again? Just thinking about it logically, it made no sense. If those who managed to get their hands on these lineage factors were restrained enough that they could be controlled and managed, how would they be able to help against chaos demons the great families couldn't deal with? And if they were unleashed enough to grow powerful enough to deal with matters the great families could not, then how would their four families keep control of them at all? No matter how you looked at it, it felt like they were dropping a stone on their own feet while seeing it through all the way and not even attempting to dodge. It was a recipe for disaster, and the four great families could be greatly shaken by this like they once had been in the past. The higher-ups aren't fools, Avarice. They know what they're doing. The Dream Project will be the key to it all, and the results are forthcoming. In as little as 1 to 200 years, it will be completed, and the result will be apparent for all to see. Avarice's brows jumped when he heard Dream Project. The words alone seemed to settle his nerves, and his understanding grew by a large measure. As for what those two words represented, maybe only the highest echelon of this world knew. You heard the snap that rang out that day, just like I did, Avarice. However, what you don't know is that eighth barrier to the chaos bubble shattered along with it. We don't have much time left. Some chances have to be taken. Now go and do your duty. Don't allow anyone to see a crack in the shield of the great families. Avarice shook from head to toe when he heard these words, but he clenched his jaw to stop himself, his gaze turning cold. Then he turned and vanished, reappearing on his throne as though nothing had happened. Lionel had no idea what was happening and what the tablets truly represented, but his eyes snapped open just the same. It seemed that it was time. He jumped up, his gaze already cold as he regained his absolute focus. He flashed out of his residence. This one trip had already cut down his demon points by more than half, but he didn't seem to care. What he was about to do was going to give him more demon points than he could even spend in the middle-class zone. Lionel appeared on the first floor, several eyes focusing on him. However, he planned to ignore them all until his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. His gaze flashed, landing on a group of 3 young men in the corner. Their auras were so much more powerful than anyone else here that his gaze narrowed. Without even having to think, Lionel knew immediately what was happening. If even the likes of Sebastian and Slayton could have insider information, how could other, much higher-class families not? If Lionel ran one of these families and wanted to maximize his chances, he just might send some of his geniuses to forcefully snatch the quotas of some weaker families. It was clear that the 4 great families were making some kind of push. For what, Lionel didn't know. But it didn't particularly matter to him. Very soon, he would be leaving this place. Lionel suddenly grinned at the trio. The provocation in his expression was impossible to hide. He didn't know why, but he suddenly couldn't control the urge. His bow flew from his back and into his hand as though it had a mind of his own, and he shot outside. The trio of young men's eyes sharpened. They burst into action, shooting out in a whirl of force. By the time they did so, their heads could only shoot up to find Lionel soaring through into the skies, his leaping strength beyond what they could fathom. A roar left Lionel's lips, his dream force stars whirling to life as his internal sight expanded so far that it nearly blanketed the entire city. At the same, his bow force spurred, blanketing the surroundings in a suffocating sixth-dimensional aura. It suddenly felt to everyone in the city that no matter where they tried to hide, Lionel's arrow would strike true. Lionel landed on the top of the highest sky rise, pulling his bowstring taut. The strength flooding through his body was unlike anything he had experienced before. This was the first time he would let loose a bit since he stepped foot into the sixth dimension. But the feeling of being able to use the full power of his bow force without restraint was what truly made him feel like he was walking on air. Those watching were soon to witness something they could never fathom. A violet tsunami of enlightened bow force gathered, forming an arrow so resplendent that it shone like the sun and so powerful it forced the air to quake. Lionel's stance suddenly shifted, pointing his bow straight up before releasing. Like a flashbang, the arrow reached its high point before exploding, a rain of thousands of arrows falling down like a rain. One by one, just as many middle-class demons were pierced through. Chapter 1542, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 29 seconds p.m. Chapter 1542. All if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel's bow force seemed to have a life of its own, treating the lives of middle-class demons as though they were made up of nothing more than wet tissue paper. The feeling of finally being able to unleash his bow force without the support of external items made Lionel feel as though he was floating on a cloud. Every time he pulled his bowstring back, his grin grew wider and the light in his eyes only seemed to grow brighter. The eyes of the trio that had followed after him went wide, and the elders that were watching fell into a deep silence. This was still just the middle class, but the power Lionel was displaying was clearly well beyond that. The challenge for the top prize wasn't meant to be cleared so easily. In fact, there was no guarantee that it would be claimed at all. If there was no one worthy, then the prize would simply return to the great families. It was that simple. However, at the pace Lionel was going, it looked as though he might succeed in as little as 10 minutes. And there was no one more clear about this than the youths below. The trio grit their teeth. Stop him. We'll have to kill him first, then secure the top prize. The moment one of them spoke what was already on their minds, they sprung into action, a flurry of lightning erupting around them. Lionel noticed their movement immediately, but he still launched 2 more shots into the air, slaughtering hundreds more. At that moment, the trio appeared around him in a triangular formation, arcs of lightning connecting them. They pressed their hands together, their eyes sparking with a golden light as they pushed out, 3 lightning lances forming around Lionel all at once. This formation was something that they had prepared to deal with large amounts of middle-class demons all at once. In fact, using this lightning would expose their true identities as being descendants of the high-class organization, the Lightning Lance Pavilion. However, it was clear that they didn't care. An open secret was still a secret. Everything had already been perfectly calculated. However, just when they thought they could skewer Lionel from 3 sides, his absolute spear domain appeared, shredding their lightning lances to pieces. It treated one of their most powerful attacks as though they were paper thin. Lionel's hair danced in the air, a cool smile on his face. He didn't even deem it necessary to use his ability index on these people. Right this moment, he just wanted a bit of fun. His bow flashed, seemingly appearing on his back as though it had a mind on his own. With his free hand, he pierced forward with 2 fingers toward one of them. The moment his second hand recovered from putting his bow away, it too pierced forward. But the speed was so fast that it felt as though they had both acted simultaneously. Swift. The golden lines of spear force appeared before 2 of the trio in the blink of an eye. Their eyes could only widen, their hearts leaping into their throats. Lightning armor. The 2 roared out simultaneously, one blue armor and another colored more violet appearing. Bang! Bang! The 2 shot backward and off the roof of the sky rise, crashing into opposing buildings without the ability to stop themselves. Lionel's body had already completed a half-spin before he even saw his attacks land, gathering the momentum into a strong punch that caused the air to pop. The third member of the trio could only react in the very same way, his armor slightly tinged red. But he was sent flying backward just as easily. Lionel's body was so powerful that just the wind pressure of his strike alone made him cough up a mouthful of blood, and the force powering it nearly shattered his body apart. Lionel paused for a moment as the three shot through the city, their bodies wreaking havoc. Lightning armor? The name wasn't very unique, and he had seen similar technique before, but it felt so similar to his own divine armor. Of course, it didn't use Earth Force, but everything from the runes to the converging system to form an armor seemed all too similar. In fact, each of them even had a slightly different tinge or color, showing that they could follow their own paths just like he could. Interesting. Lionel smiled. His bow appeared in his hand once again, his arrows becoming even faster. The terror he rained made it look like he was the demon rather than the other way around. He relished in it, a feeling unleashing in his heart that tinged his irises red. His white bow force seemed to become tinged by the crimson energy as well, becoming more forceful and more powerful. Every time one landed, it would be as though a landmine had imploded within there. Head would be shredded apart like watermelon. Chests would be split open, and entire limbs and shoulders would vanish into a swirl of crimson, never to reform themselves again. The trios looked up, shattered glass, metal, brick, and stone laying around them. Their gazes flashed with rage. A mere middle-class genius had done this to them? The humiliation was more than they could stomach. However, they had been given a mission by their organization. The most powerful three of them had, of course, been sent to the high-class sector. The three of them could be considered to be 4th through 6th in ranking. But even with that being the case, they were supposed to have this victory guaranteed. They couldn't allow this to happen. "All of you," one of them roared. "Attack together now, or else we'll personally kill you all." The roar shook the spectators awake, even those that were still struggling to make it toward the center of the city. When the Fardens, along with Sebastian and Slayton, saw who the target was, their eyes flashed, and they shot forward along with everyone else. Chapter 1543, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 28 seconds p.m. Chapter 1543. Reconcilable if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel's eyes narrowed as he drew his bowstring back again. He didn't feel threatened. He could take these people out with just a bit more effort than he took out the middle-class demons. The problem was that he knew he was being monitored, and if he slaughtered all the geniuses of these organizations and families, leaving this place would be difficult. Lionel had already learned enough about these sorts of words to know that fairness and logic was only a thing you could demand when you had powerful enough backing. Back in the Milky Way, no one knew what kind of backing he had, so he faced trouble everywhere he went. The Luxnick's family had underestimated the kind of power his father held, so he had suffered at their hands as a baby. It wasn't until he reached the Void Palace, where everyone knew who he was, that he received the treatment someone of his stature should. Now, he was in a completely different world, one that had never heard of the Morales name, and seemed even more powerful than the world he knew, even if they somehow had. These individuals weren't people he could afford to lightly offend without worrying about the consequences. "Consider yourselves lucky," Lionel thought to himself. His back tightened again, his bowstring being pulled taut only to release another flurry of arrows. Lionel knew that it wasn't just about the top prize. Most of these people knew that they couldn't get it. The first issue was fear of the Lightning Lance Pavilion Trio. These people were even more familiar with this world than Lionel was, so they likely knew that there were such people hidden in the shadows, breaking the rules. The second was Lionel's point. Getting 10% was one matter, but the point total that would entail was beyond their wildest imaginations. In just a few moments, Lionel had already shot up to first place, and the gap he was putting between himself and everyone else only seemed to be increasing by leaps and bounds. A tide of geniuses surged toward Lionel along with demons. Demons, especially in the middle class, already had intelligence of their own. They could tell who the biggest threat was here, and they didn't even bother to attack anyone else as they shot for Lionel. At that moment, the trio finally rose to their feet, roaring. 3 total stars appeared. The geniuses of the middle class couldn't help but gawk when they saw this. Star manifestation. These 3 could actually manifest their stars into the real world. Much like their armors, one was sparking with red lightning, another with blue, and the last with violet. They all had their own 4 stars, and with their appearances, their strength shot to another level, large waves of force surging toward them. They shot forward, coming for Lionel with their minds on a singular focus, to kill. Lionel made it easy on them, not moving a single inch as they approached. He continued to kill demons in large hordes, his bow force seemingly endless and relentless as the crimson in his irises smoldered with a hidden heat. Lionel held his bow in one hand, his right palm flipping over to reveal a black spear wreathed in chains. His gaze flashed. His foot took a strong step forward as he pierced outward. The sound in tearing paper sounds as the wind split apart. A dazzling golden light streaking across the skies and appeared before the young man with a violet star hovering to his back. The young man was ready, a large amount of violet lightning forming around his fist until he had suddenly forward an enormous violet lance, which had dancing runes on its surface. The collision was enormous. However, while his momentum stopped, he wasn't sent flying backward again, his feet leaving heavy cracks in the concrete as he stomped backward to stop himself. Lionel pierced out twice more, his spear, his powerful actions which easily swept across hundreds of meters seeming to be as casual as breathing. Right at the moment, like the breath of a reaper, a shadow appeared to his back. The silhouette was lithe and slender, not to mention explosive and powerful. It was no doubt a woman, and a well-trained assassin at that. However, Lionel only sidestepped once, his spear vanishing from his hand as his claw shot out. Lionel hardly completed his turn when he felt soft flesh collide solidly with his palm, the bobbing of the throat and strained breathing traveling up his arm. When he finally looked, he found that his hand was clamped around the throat of a young woman he recognized, the young heiress of the Fardan family. But when he looked at her, he didn't seem to feel like she was anything special at all. This young woman was most definitely not used to being stared at in such an indifferent way, but it made her body tense up, all her skills and training vanishing. It felt to her that Lionel wasn't even worried about what she could or might do. All of her efforts were worthless and would also be worthless. Even if she suddenly grew 10 times more powerful, it would still be worthless. Lionel squeezed lightly, but what was light to him made Valra feel as though her spine was about to snap. Why even bother to do something so useless? Lionel tossed her off the side of the building, her body colliding with the 2 remaining hidden members of the Fardan family and causing all 3 to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. And you too especially. I want kill the others, but you might as well die. Lionel pulled the string of his bow once more, yet split in 2. Sebastian and Slayton, who were on the verge of joining in on the next attack, froze a moment. In one instant, they seemed fine, but in the next, their skulls imploded into a bloody rain. Lionel didn't seem to think much of this at all. He wouldn't bother with the others since there was no use in offending their backers. But he and the Olidark family were already irreconcilable. Chapter 1544. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 1544. Wildcard if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. What remained of the battle could only be described as a farce. Every time the trio built up momentum, they were stopped by a single spear strike. By the 3rd time this happened, they found themselves surrounded by demons, and making their way forward only became more and more challenging. While demons were smart enough to know who the real threat was, they were also a selfish race ruled by their greed. They could see how powerful Lionel was, and there was an easier target right here, why not take advantage? Plus, if they could swallow powerful targets like the trio, they would find themselves with greater power to use to then deal with Lionel. As for those that weren't the trio, many had given up after the death of Sebastian and Slayton. The others that seemed to realize that Lionel didn't dare to kill them all, though, kept trying, only to find themselves even more unceremoniously dealt with in the trio. Soon, they realized that they were accumulating too many injuries, so much so that they were beginning to fall into the danger of dying, not to Lionel, but the demons themselves. The elders in the clouds above watched in silence as Lionel crossed the 10% mark, something that had practically been inevitable from the very beginning. What a good little seedling you have, Miss of the Olidark family. The terse voice came from an old man with a large nose. His eyes sparked with lightning from time to time, and he was without a doubt the head of the Lightning Lance Pavilion, Head Oberon. By now, everyone knew it was his disciples that had gone inside, but he still couldn't admit that, or else he would be forced to pay a steep price. Still, he could use this method to display his dissatisfaction to the greatest extent possible. Mistress Olidark shuddered when she heard this. Things might still be fine if she could rely on Lionel to become a pillar of her family, but not many had realized that the two Lionel had killed were from her very own family. And, even if they had, they wouldn't think much of it. This was because others were well aware that there was competition in the Olidark to become the son-in-law of the next generation. As such, they would just think that Lionel had acted in order to clear the path for himself in the future and get rid of trouble from the roots. Due to this, many believed that Lionel was acting under the orders of Mistress Olidark and was her greatest trump card. Who cared about the loss of two middling talents when you had one that could crush even high-class talents? Thank you for your kind words, Pavilion Head Oberon. Head Oberon snorted, an action that was quite forceful considering the size of his nostrils, and turned away without another word. There wasn't much else that he could do about this matter, even if he was dissatisfied. This was definitely a great loss for his pavilion, but there was still a chance at the high-class top prize. They had to get at least one. A new era was coming, and if they couldn't put a foot in the door, they would regret it for generations to come. This was an opportunity they had to grasp. Mistress Olidark secretly clenched her fists. There was only one way out of this, but she had to take it, even if it required burning away generations of their accrued resources. A loss like this wasn't one they could handle. Sebastian and Slayton were two geniuses that she was greatly satisfied with, but Lionel made them look like trash by the roadside. Impebo. Yes, ma'am. The words exchanged were heard by no one, but when they were finished, Impebo's expression flickered before he slowly and respectfully left the cloud. He wasn't a member of the Aderna family. He could rudely display his strength here as he pleased. Lionel stood on the very top floor once again, his point total having climbed into the millions. However, the good thing about the top prize was that he didn't need to spend any of them. With a single reach forward with his hands, Lionel grabbed onto the bronze tablet, his body trembling. For some reason, it felt good in his hands. Lionel hesitated for a moment, but eventually he shook his head. He couldn't waste any more time. The final phase of the other sectors had likely already started or close to. If he lagged behind any more, he would lose his chance. Although Lionel's top priority was gathering the resources he needed to succeed in his plan, if he could also lay his hands on the silver tablet, why wouldn't he? Lionel put the bronze tablet away to the astonishment of those watching, and his body vanished in a flicker. With a greater speed than he had displayed until now, those stuck in the middle class could only watch as he made it to the gates of the sector and exchanged 100,000 demon points for entry into the high class. Could he be planning what they all thought? Everyone shared the same idea. Usually, the top prize would be every one of Lionel's caliber's target. Once you got it, everything else paled in comparison. But the fact Lionel was continuing, didn't that mean? The elders and youths sucked in a cold breath while the expression of the pavilion head darkened. The final phase is about to begin. Rest up. We will move out soon. A youth with a dashing head of white hair spoke. His presence alone seemed to give off a radiant light, force energy that made others want to worship him. This was the head disciple of the human class Sacred Light Palace. That was right. A human class power had not sent their fourth to sixth best here. Rather, they had sent the very best they had. However, at that moment, something that would astonish them all would happen. Stophier, look at the ranking. Stophier frowned, wondering what all the commotion was about. But the moment he listened, his pupils constricted. Rank 17, Lionel Olidark, 3,028,719 demon points. That name had definitely not been there before. Could it be someone upgraded from the middle class with so many points? He would be ranked 11th with an extra 100,000 demon points, just outside the top 10. It seemed that another wild card had appeared. Lionel himself was in a state of shock as he looked at the leaderboard, suddenly becoming familiar with the reason why he was only another wild card. Rank 1, Aina Brazinger, 11,273,729 demon points. Chapter 1545, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 23 seconds p.m. Chapter 1545. Portals. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel was only stunned for a moment before a huge grin spread across his face. It was unlikely that Aina would know it was him. After all, his last name had been changed, and Lionel wasn't exactly an obscure name. However, even given that this city was easily 10 times as large as the already large one he had just been in, Lionel would definitely find her soon. He didn't quite understand why it was that Aina could use her force while everyone else couldn't, but he felt like the secret behind this was another clue to understand the secrets of this odd zone. Of course, it was also possible that his Aina was just that amazing, but that was his rosy glasses talking. There was definitely something deeper here. Lionel suddenly felt a lot lighter on his feet. Now that he was certain that Aina was okay, he only had to confirm his mother's safety, and his mind would truly be free. Lionel was relatively more confident in his mother, though. Even if this world took away his mother's ability to use force, with her being so close to the seventh dimension, her body should be more than strong enough to handle herself in the wilderness. From what Lionel understood after meeting Miguel and Noah, though their force was locked away, the additional strength their bodies had gained while upgrading through the dimensions was not small at all. They were still able to use their bodies to hold their own and fight against the weaker enemies who couldn't find their place in the cities. Due to this, Lionel had been relatively less worried about his mother than Aina, who had yet to step into the sixth dimension. But given her current display of strength, Lionel was certain that she had taken that step just like he had. With a smile on his face, Lionel shot forward. He didn't care about anything else. First, he would reunite with Aina. Together, they were far stronger. If they put their heads together, his plan, which would have been a bit difficult to accomplish at first, would almost become a breeze. In addition, he would be able to hide more of his strength if he was by Aina's side as well. After this event concluded, he would need to leave to find a secluded place to execute his plan. The more of his strength he showed before that, the more detrimental to their escape it would be. Mistress Olidark might not be the strongest 7th star there was, but she was still a 7th star. Lionel had to be very careful about how he handled her, and he still hadn't forgotten the brand on his shoulder blade. Very soon, he would burn it to ash, but he couldn't do so just yet. The reason for this was simple. Lionel would be naive to think that things would just end after he swept through these class sectors. Even if he spared their geniuses, there would be many organizations who still thought that it was only natural, as though he owed them something. It could be said that Lionel had spared their lives not because he thought it would definitely protect him, but rather to mitigate risk. Humans were complex creatures, and there were bound to be some with consciences. It didn't make sense for him to accidentally offend such individuals and give them a reason to stab them in the back. As for those that were more shameless, Mistress Olidark would be his perfect cover. So long as it wasn't clear and obvious he had fallen out with Mistress Olidark, the morally superior side would be with the Olidark family. Lionel wasn't a fool. He felt that Mistress Olidark likely had a trump card or two that she hadn't used, or else she wouldn't dare send him into such a world of opportunity. While clinging to that trump card, she would fight tooth and nail to keep Lionel to her side, which would definitely benefit Lionel. With her thinking that she could still control him, things would become much simpler to handle, and even the so-called great families might step in to protect the order. Just the fact that these organizations that were breaking rules didn't dare to do so openly told Lionel all he needed to know about the kind of lines that were being towed. The great families might allow some underhanded methods, but they wouldn't allow outright cheating. This was the sort of mentality that bred the kind of dog-eat-dog world this was. But right now, that fine line was exactly what Lionel needed and was looking for. Lionel dodged out of the way of a black steed. With a single sidestep, his hand clamped down like a claw, a surge of spear force shredding its head into pieces. He was starting to get annoyed by these demons. If they weren't here, he would find Aina a lot quicker. This city is too large to just roam around aimlessly. I guess the best choice is just to charge toward the center. At that moment, Lionel's points began to take large leaps of hundreds of points at a time. The high-class sector geniuses didn't have so many more points than him because they were that much more powerful, but rather because the high-class demons in this place that they had the option to kill were worth far more demon points. Although Lionel also had to put in more effort and couldn't use his absolute spear domain to shred them apart anymore, at least not in his base form. The reward was also several times better anyway. Lionel swiftly crossed the 100,000 demon points that he had lost to make it here in the first place, every kill netting him at least 100 to 500 points. He was absolutely relentless, working even harder than he had for the bronze tablet. At that moment, though, several portals opened up along the roofs of the shops he was running by. Chapter 1546, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 1546. Bold: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel frowned. Portals? Was that an ability of theirs? A lineage factor, maybe? Or was it something that you could buy in the shops? If it was the last of them, Lionel was in great need. If he could get his hands on one, he would need to wade through all this nonsense and could just get to the center of the city immediately. He already had enough demon points to make do regardless. At that moment, two women stepped out from the portal, each more gorgeous than the last. The first wore a pink diamond bikini armor that made one wonder why she had bothered to make it into armor at all, while the second wore elegant sky blue robes that looked like they were made for a mage. The hems of the blue robes were embroidered in a beautiful blue color, and the young woman even held a staff that curved on one end to hold a hovering crystal ball as though to complete the look. They both looked like they had leapt right out of the pages of a fantasy book and made Lionel finally decide that he had to be in a mythological zone now. No way people wore this kind of stuff unironically in broad daylight, without their destination being Comic-Con. Others saw two beauties that would make their eye sockets fall out, especially with the skin the first was showing. But Lionel saw two poorly dressed beauties that almost made him sputter with laughter. So many years into the dimensional verse, and he still hadn't gotten used to this stuff. Lionel finally couldn't hold it back and sputtered a bit. It threw off his timing as a demon covered in iron scales punched at him, but he still managed to sidestep it, his fit stealthily glowing with bronze runes as he punched it right in the gut. A blast of wind exited the iron-scaled demon's back, and everything paused for just a moment before an enormous hole was blown through its body. Lionel treated a high-class demon with maybe the greatest defenses here as though it was nothing more than a toy plushie. The eyes of the two women narrowed. They didn't know why Lionel was suddenly laughing, and even if they were 10 times more intelligent and put their heads together to theorize, they would still never guess. A young, hot-blooded male, laughing at them for their appearance? It wouldn't even compute. Not to mention the fact that they were very used to getting compliments on their appearance and had grown up in this world unlike Lionel. However, when they saw Lionel strike down an iron-scaled demon with a single punch, their hearts couldn't help but be stirred. It seemed that they were right to come and look for this Lionel Olidark. Only by killing him now could they feel at ease. Hey, you two, those portals, how do you make them? Sure, handsome. Why don't you come up here and I'll show you. The young woman wearing the pink diamond bikini smiled sweetly. although the spear she held in her hand still glistened menacingly with a rose-bronze sheen. "I have a girlfriend, but am willing to do an exchange for your information. With Aina, the same city, Lionel didn't even dare to flirt for some benefits like he had in the Oli Dark City. Instead, he got straight to the point. Girlfriend? How could she be more beautiful than me?" The young woman bat her eyelashes. She rested the butt of her spear on the ground of the roof, leaning her head to the side and squeezing it between her bosom. With just a small push, even though the armor itself wasn't so flexible, the flesh beneath it bulged and threatened to overflow. It was such a natural action, and yet it was endlessly tempting. And yet, rather than receiving the dazed response she thought she would, Lionel's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. "Watch what you say." The young woman was stunned, speechless, not even knowing how to respond to that. At that moment, the mage spoke out. "Sillin, we don't have time for this. The final phase will start soon. Attack." The moment she spoke, she had already raised her staff into the air. Large amounts of water force began to accumulate in the surroundings, quickly forming into half a dozen javelins that sparkled beneath the sunlight. "You're such a bother, Yuval. Sometimes you have to let a girl play with her food. But you're right, this stinky man is annoying. It's better if he's 6 feet deep." Lionel's cold expression only grew colder. These two women were powerful, definitely more powerful than the high class should be. It was likely that this was yet another cheating organization that wanted a leg up. Unfortunately for them, not only was he not in the mood to waste time, they had chosen the absolute worst enemy. While Lionel had suddenly been cornered, what he didn't know was that there was a commotion that had gripped the elder circle that went beyond himself. In fact, Avraz, the Aderna family representation, hadn't been reacting much to Lionel himself because he had found something far more shocking. He stared at the name Aina Brazinga, his eyes narrowed into slits. He could tell at a glance that just by observing Aina, she was a half-breed. But who had given birth to a half-breed so bold? Not only did she dare to use the name of a great family without reservation, she even dared to appear here. Was she trying to prove herself? She was indeed quite powerful, but compared to the true geniuses of even the fiend class, she was lacking, let alone their chaos class. This poor child would get a rude awakening. Even so, Avraz couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone knew that the Aderna family was like fire and water with the Brazinger family. Maybe it was because one was blue and the other was red, but they always butt heads. To Avraz, such a scandal was top-tier entertainment. When he saw the organization that dared to bring Aina forward and allow her to carry on with such a name, he became even more amused. Very true indeed. Only that woman would dare to be so bold. Avraz showed a different expression for the second time that day and actually chuckled. Chapter 1547, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1547. Frozen if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Yuval and Sillin shot backward, a hint of blood dripping down the corner of their lips. Sillin looked at her hand, a pained expression flickering in her gaze as the last bits of ash danced into the wind. Her treasure, weapon no more. Yuval wore an ugly expression as she looked toward the cracked crystal ball in her mage staff. Thinking about all the resources she poured into it, she couldn't believe what was happening. From the very beginning, they were suppressed by Lionel not because they were weak, but because he was the perfect counter to them both. Sillin couldn't even manifest her spear force around Lionel, and her precious spear shattered. As for Yuval, she found the control of her water force ripped away from her, stripping her of the ability to finish forming her techniques. When she tried to fight back with her staff, the crystal actually shattered under the strain. How can you be a spear sovereign? This doesn't make any sense. Silen's chest heaved, her hands trembling. When it finally settled in, she didn't even know what to think. A spear sovereign? That was absolutely impossible, not from someone who had to climb up from the middle class and into the higher class like this. It didn't make any sense. Lionel didn't even look at the two women, instead focusing on his hand where he overturned a bracelet that doubled as a spatial treasure. In the center of the bracelet, there was a ring, and this was, of course, yet another spatial treasure. You'll never get into our. Click. The sound of two spatial treasures unlocking resounded, and a large number of items began to fly out one after another. The two women panicked, but it was already too late. Large numbers of bras, panties, and laced undergarments were placed on display for all to see. The very few who were still around this region and had been drawn to the sounds of battle looked on wide-eyed, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. At that moment, the seemingly calm and level-headed Yuval shrieked at the top of her lungs. "It'll kill you." Yuval's crystal ball shattered completely, a large wave of force forming as her aura rose to another level. She looked like she had lost her mind, her fury and humiliation reaching the ultimate apex. But as far as Lionel was concerned, hadn't their goal been to kill him? This much was small compared to what they would have done if he was too weak. Lionel didn't even blink at the killing intent. Finding the item he needed, he crushed it. A portal appeared not even a moment later, and he unceremoniously stepped through it, seemingly not needing anyone to teach him how to use it. He didn't even bother with Yuval and Silen's other miscellaneous items, even leaving the two spatial devices behind. He already had what he wanted, and he had reconfirmed that his knowledge of spatial treasures translated well to this world as well. Yuval, calm down. Silen, who saw that Yuval really wanted to go on a rampage, calmed her down quickly. "We have to return as quickly as possible. The final phase is about to start. Don't waste your energy on this. We were unlucky this time. He perfectly countered us. But we can still compete in killing demons." In the clouds above, a middle-aged woman sat in silence, her hands crossed upon her lap. She was the picture of refined elegance. None could pick out a single flaw in her. Unfortunately, because of this, she had never found a man worthy as well. If one couldn't be as flawless as herself, then why should she give herself to him? Wouldn't she be taking a loss? This sort of lofty pride and arrogance exuded out from her very bones. She was none other than the pavilion head of the Endless Twilight Pavilion, a woman who was a legend and maybe the only person here who didn't give Avra's much face outside of a light nod. Of course, this was because her pavilion wasn't just any pavilion. It was a fiend-class pavilion. When she saw Silen and Yuval lose in such resounding fashion, she didn't seem to have much of a reaction. However, when her elegant, swan-like neck turned toward another screen to see a young woman in silent meditation, her expressionless features couldn't help but curl into a smile. "Untalented? You fools are just unable to bring out my precious little girl's full potential." Author's note: to be clear, this is not Aina's mother. When Lionel appeared, he found himself at the center of the city and nodded happily. But the first sound of discussion made him raise an eyebrow. "Didn't you hear? They're from the Endless Twilight Pavilion. There's not even a point. Even if they're the weaker members of the pavilion, there's still the Sacred Light Pavilion to worry about. It's better that we just kill demons and not participate in this. It's over our pay grade. If you're scared, just say so." "Scared? Haven't you heard the rules of that pavilion? No men. Their students aren't even allowed to have relationships. What do you think will happen to you if you approach one while their pavilion head is watching from above?" Lionel ignored the rest of the conversation. It didn't have anything to do with him. He didn't even know what the names Sacred Light and Endless Twilight even meant. Though from the context clues, it seemed that Endless Twilight was stronger than Sacred Light. Lionel entered the first building, and a wide smile spread across his face the moment he did. There she was in silent meditation, looking as gorgeous as ever. She wore an elven-style light full-body armor that covered her all the way down the length of her arms and legs. It was a bright white, alternating in plate armor and tough leathers that gave it an elegance that only accentuated everything about her. Lionel's legs carried himself forward on their own. Even though he was walking, his pace was impossibly swift. However, when others saw what he was doing, they were speechless. Was he trying to die? Before anyone could even say anything, though, Lionel had already appeared before her, a warm smile on his face as he looked down at her sitting posture. Without even opening her eyes, Aina thrust a palm out. It was so fast and swift that the beginning of the motion alone sounded like a clap of thunder. But to her surprise, her wrist was caught. Aina's eyes snapped open, ready to reach for her axe, but when her gaze focused, her eyes trembled. Whether it was the youths around, Yuval and Scylla who had just managed to teleport back, or the pavilion head Ophelia, who was watching from above, all of them froze at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Aina jumped up and placed her palms on either side of Lionel's face, smothering him with a kiss she didn't allow him to run away from. All time seemed to come to a grinding halt, a single tear falling out of the corner of Aina's eye. Words could not express how much she missed him. Chapter 1548, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1548. Youth, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Aina seemed infatuated with the taste of Lionel's lips, forgetting about everything around her. It had only been weeks since the two last saw each other, but it felt like a lifetime. She had already sworn once that she would never leave Lionel's side, but circumstances had forcefully ripped them apart this time, and there was nothing they could do about it. It wasn't until she thought about slipping her tongue into his mouth did she realize that she was going overboard and suddenly remembered that they were likely being watched by thousands of people. She pulled back somewhat shyly, but there was a strong arm around her waist she couldn't help but be shocked by. Her base physical strength, when she didn't rely on blood force, had always been beyond Lionel's. But just now, not only had he blocked her palm easily, but she even felt like she wouldn't be able to push her way out of his embrace unless he let her, or she used much more effort than she was willing to. It seemed that Lionel had undergone astonishing changes, maybe more than even herself. What? Are you suddenly shy now? I've already been sexually assaulted. Someone needs to take responsibility. Aina rolled her eyes, suddenly forgetting about her embarrassment entirely. When she was speaking with Lionel, the eyes and opinions of everyone else didn't seem to matter in the slightest. What is that? Were you suffering a loss? Of course not. I just think I feel like I'm getting addicted. How about another taste? Lionel's attempt, though, was stopped with a small palm across his lips and chin. Another taste? Okay. Lionel Olidark. The emphasis of the last name made Lionel shudder, suddenly feeling a bad premonition coming along. Why don't you tell me how it is that you've suddenly changed your last name? It can't be that you married into another family while I was absent, right? Why don't you tell me about your lovely wife? Lionel coughed. Why was this woman so sharp? He definitely hadn't married into the Olidark family, but it was pretty close to that. Listen. An old hag forced my hand. My chastity is still well protected, safe and sound for my lovely future wife. Who wants your chastity, and who's your future wife exactly? You haven't even ticked off half the things on my list. The two seemed to have forgotten entirely about the world around them. Even while it looked like they were having a couple spat, the fact Aina still had two palms on Lionel's chest, and Lionel himself hadn't let go of her waist, didn't make it seem very convincing at all. Anyone with half a brain could see that they were clearly flirting. Aina's anger and Lionel's fear didn't even manage to reach their eyes, which were filled with nothing more than love and affection. Those that didn't know Lionel and Aina could only stand in stunned jealousy of the former. Aina had only been here for maybe a day, but her feats had rocked their understanding of what it meant to be a genius, while somehow also managing to be one of the most gorgeous women they had ever laid their eyes on. Until now, she might as well have been a block of ice. But she had gone from that to head over heels in love in the blink of an eye. It was as though she wasn't the same person at all, her golden eyes drowning in affection. Those that did know Aina, though, like Yuval and Scylla, had no words. Aina was someone who had gotten personal tutelage from their pavilion head. She was someone who might have been sent to the human class sector, if it wasn't both, because of her low level and the pavilion head hoping to guarantee a victory across 3 sectors at once. In the time they had known her, she was polite and friendly, and they had thought her to be quite a nice and gentle person. But when they came across men, for some reason or another, she seemed to go the extra mile to draw a cold line. They had speculated that she had some trauma related to this matter in the past, but they hadn't known her well enough to ask. And yet, she had suddenly flipped a switch, not for just any man, but the very same man who had just defeated them. They didn't even know how to feel or react to such a situation. But the moment they got over this, they felt greatly worried for Aina. Aina was the first woman to fall in love from the endless Twilight Pavilion, and she definitely wouldn't be the last. But every single one of them had, or would have the same outcome. The oath sworn to enter the pavilion couldn't be broken easily, and it was especially difficult when you have the eye of the pavilion head. Women who betrayed the head's trust in that fashion had the absolute worst outcomes, regardless of how great their talent had been. Their pavilion head was an elegant and refined woman, almost to an extreme. But behind her calm demeanor was a ruthless attitude, one that even many of the great families had no choice but to take seriously. In the clouds above, the expression of pavilion head Ophelia was just the same. She didn't seem to have shifted from her baseline at all, and yet somehow the air seemed several levels more frigid, so much so that several seats in the near vicinity of her shattered, sending elders well into the 7th, and even 8 stars sprawling to the ground, as though they were toddlers rather than experts. At that moment, though, Avras appeared by Ophelia's side and took a polite seat. "Hello, Senior. This junior has had great respect for you for a very long time now. I hope to get some advice from you about." Avras could only choose this method to force Ophelia to stay put. If this woman went on a rampage now, not only would the event be ruined, but they would lose a youth who was both a spear sovereign and gained a 12-pointed star tablet. Chapter 1549, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 16 seconds p.m. Chapter 1549. Silver, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The clouds above had suddenly become a very quiet place. The only one speaking was Avras, who had suddenly become like a little boy trying to seek encouragement from his mother. But not a single person dared to snicker or laugh. Mistress Olidark and the others of the Olidark family didn't know how to take this situation on properly. If they try to protect Lionel now, wouldn't that make them an enemy of a fiend power? They couldn't even handle a high-class organization. How could they possibly face off against a behemoth even the great families respected? Athri, though, as airheaded as ever, had been sobbing about the death of Sebastian and Slayton. But when she saw such a pretty woman in Lionel's arms, she seemed to forget about it all, her eyes looking forward in shock. For some reason, even though she had spent so much time saying the most disparaging things about Lionel, she felt a wave of jealousy. It was as though Lionel was her toy to throw away and pick up as she pleased, but now someone had actually dared to take it away from her without her consent. "Grandma, this isn't fair. Can you?" Mistress Olidark slapped her hand over her granddaughter's lips. It was so forceful that it might as well have been a real slap. Athri was stunned into silence. The slight stinging on her face and lips almost made her tear up again, if she wasn't so surprised that she couldn't even think of a next move to make in the first place. Mistress Olidark knew her granddaughter too well. If she said some nonsense now, even their attempts to salvage the situation might not be worth much of anything. Back in the high-class sector, Lionel and Aina were still chatting without a care in the world when the youths of the Sacred Light Pavilion came down. When Stophier saw the scene below, he didn't even know how to react. One of the many men that Aina had suddenly grown very cold toward was none other than himself. One would think that Stophier would know enough not to go after a young woman of the endless Twilight Pavilion. However, the Sacred Light Pavilion had quite a special position amongst the human class powers, and as their head disciple, Stophier was in a unique position to maximize those benefits. There was a pipeline from the Sacred Light Pavilion to the Fiend class, and then the Lavis of the great families. Rules were only things meant to be followed by the weak, and as scary as Pavilion head Ophelia seemed, there was still a gap between her and the foundation of the great families. As any hot-blooded male, Stophier believed that so long as he proved his worth, the Lavis family would deal with Ophelia for him until he became powerful enough to deal with her himself. Of course, these were all naive ravings. He was comparable to some fiend class talents, but he wasn't enough to make the likes of the Lavis family do anything for him, let alone offend such a powerhouse. But the fuel of testosterone and foolishness was strong when a beauty entered the picture. However, even though his face twisted, Lionel and Aina didn't even look in his direction. "Forget about me." Lionel tried to dodge the scrutiny he was under. "Didn't you just try to attack me? Why don't we talk about that? You can't even recognize your own husband? You smell diff. What's that supposed to mean? I don't remember having a husband. I smell different." "Yes, you do." Lionel frowned, his head turning, suddenly feeling annoyed by a particular gaze. Those that had been watching were used to a calm and collected Lionel. He might be somewhat cold, but his actions were always restrained. However, at the moment, he was like a completely different person. "Can you piss off?" Stofier's face froze. He had been staring unrestrainedly, but that was because he was used to doing as he pleased, and he was more surprised by this outcome than anything else. Women of Aina's caliber were like precious gems to most families. Unlike some women who might be promised away before they were even born, talents on this level were carefully nurtured and well protected until maturity. Only then might they get married, and that was only if they weren't in an organization like the Eternal Twilight Pavilion. The odds that Aina would have a man should be practically zero, and yet now that very man was telling him to piss off without the slightest fear for his background. "Forget him. Come. Aina spoke, suddenly remembering something. She grabbed Lionel's hand and dragged Lionel away. Yuval and Silen only now broke out of their shocked states and tried to call after Aina, but Aina only waved and ignored them. It was as though she had completely forgotten about everything now that Lionel was here. Not long later, Lionel and Aina had made it to the top floor. Much like the middle class, a tablet hovered, but this time Lionel saw a silver one. He thought that he might get the next portion of the dark half of his lineage factor, but he was wrong. Instead, what he saw was something that made his heart skip a beat. A union of light and darkness will reveal the 12-pointed star. The world seemed far bolder now, but Lionel's lineage factor trembled in his veins, salivating as though it hadn't eaten in weeks. This silver tablet wasn't the dark half, it was the light half. It contained the next step beyond his starry-tailed fox lineage factor. And Lionel knew exactly what was within it. The twinkling light bear lineage factor and the golden tiger lineage factor, both eighth-dimensional lineage factors that carried a weight and power that was near unfathomable. However, Lionel quickly restrained himself. Since Aina had brought him here, didn't it mean that she saw something important to her? Lionel didn't mind giving up the opportunity and helping Aina exchange for what she needed instead if it was important. "What do you see?" Lionel asked. Chapter 1550, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 1550. Perfect trust. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Oh, right. Aina, who had felt a faint excitement, controlled herself, remembering that Lionel couldn't see the same thing she saw. In fact, due to the fact that two people were standing here, currently, the projection to the elders above wasn't clear either. Lionel had no idea how this simple coincidence had saved him an endless pile of trouble. If the others realized that this light phase silver tablet appeared for him, the conclusion would be obvious. He already had the bronze portion. But that should be absolutely impossible. Such a thing would expose Lionel in more ways than one, and would make an already bad situation absolutely irredeemable. It's a technique, golden tablet, and it's related to blood sovereignty. Lionel's brows shot up when he heard gold. He had assumed that the tablet that appeared was capped by the sector it appeared in, but this didn't seem to be the case. So long as you met the requirements, you would receive it. But obviously, those in lower class sectors often wouldn't have the talent to earn a higher level one. Lionel assumed that if he had appeared in this sector first, the first tablet he saw would still be bronze. Lionel listened patiently as Aina explained. According to her, the tablet was filled with blood manipulation techniques, among other things. Usually, Aina's use of her blood force was quite crude. She didn't have other methods of using it outside of cutting people open, sucking it out, then using it as either blades or energy. Even the Void Palace didn't seem to have much that could help her. Blood Force was simply far too rare, and most couldn't use it to the level Aina could. In fact, most of the techniques only taught methods to do what Aina already did, but with much weaker efficiency. This tablet took things to a whole other level. Not to mention teaching her methods to maximize what she could already do, it even taught things like manipulating living creatures, extracting bloodlines personally, and even had methods of healing people back from the brink of death to full health in a single bound. After hearing all of these things, Lionel had only reaffirmed his decision. When he learned that it was a gold tablet, he already knew that he would fight for Aina to have it. But since it had so many tangible benefits, he was even more certain in his choice. Suddenly he looked up. It seems the final phase is about to start. Okay, let's get you this tablet. Aina smiled brightly. The reason she wanted the tablet the most was because of the healing methods within. If she could share her healing factor with Lionel, she would have far less to worry about when it came to his safety. But at that moment, she suddenly remembered that Lionel saw something differently from her. Is what you saw more important? I can give it up if. No, it isn't a big deal, definitely not worth as much as yours anyway. Lionel pulled Aina along, and they rushed out, only to find that Scylla and Yuval were both waiting anxiously, as everything else had already rushed out. All right, I have to do something real quick. Just before they could say anything, Lionel vanished. But this only made them relax further. Aina, this isn't good. Pavilion Head won't be happy. Yuval tried to advise. Aina frowned. So what? The two were stunned silent. It was a good thing the monitors had long since turned to focus on the battle royale outside. Or else, maybe even Avars wouldn't have been able to hold the elegant Pavilion Head back anymore. Yuval and Scylla looked toward one another, realizing that it was definitely a lost cause. There wouldn't be anything they could say to change this. The only chance they had to appease Ophelia's anger was to bring the tablet back. We have to hurry, Scylla pressured. We will support you and siphon all the kills to you as well. We've already received orders from Pavilion He. Aina shook her head. It's fine. Me and Lionel will be enough. The two women were once again speechless. Lionel might be powerful, but he was still only one person. In addition, he had been the perfect counter to them only when they were conserving their energy for the main event. If they went all out now, they were still certain that they could win. However, Aina completely disregarded two known commodities in a pair of disciples of a fiend-class power, all for the sake of her boyfriend. Aina, listen. Lionel might be a spear sovereign, but for whatever reason, his spear force isn't as strong as one should be. He's still lacking. Why don't you at least rely on all three of us? Scylla tried to compromise. Aina's neutral impression suddenly became angry. Lacking? There is absolutely nothing lacking about him. Aina's tone made their hearts quake. They suddenly felt their blood rolling out of their control, and fear gripped their throats. They didn't understand how such benign words could piss Aina off to this extent. At that moment, a gust of wind flashed, and Lionel appeared. In his hand, there was a 3-meter-tall bough that wafted a dense black fog. The fog was so thick that it made it look as though the bough itself didn't have a tangible form at all. Ready. Aina's anger suddenly vanished with the wind. Ready. With that, the two shot outside. Yuval and Scylla looked toward one another, helpless expressions on their faces. Their teachers had warned them that even powerful women could become stupid when in love, but they didn't think that included women as powerful as Aina too. Lionel and Aina didn't have a mind to care for the opinions of others. Though they shot outside together, they separated in the blink of an eye. Lionel's speed was so fast that he ran up the side of a building without the slightest effort. At the same time, Aina dove headlong into a swarm of demons. Even as Aina's axe appeared in her hands for the first time, and she raised it high about her head, Lionel had already pulled his bowstring tight, his eyes becoming lit with a deathly focus. Then he began to fire. His hands were like a blur, and yet his bow was absolutely steady, only shifting slightly from side to side, resulting in minor changes that catalyzed huge ones. As Aina's axe descended, the whipping wind of dozens of arrows shot by her with barely a centimeter of separation from her flesh. The timing was so perfect that when Aina's axe connected, the demons were already half dead. Lionel's control was immaculate, leaving every single kill to Aina herself. Those watching had never seen the killing of high-class demons made so easy. Even the best geniuses in this sector took 3 to 4 attacks. But Aina's axe under the lead of Lionel's bow became like a reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of dozens with a single swing. A hushed silence fell. This display spoke for itself. There was simply nothing left to say. This was something beyond perfect coordination. It was also perfect trust. Chapter 1551. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 1551. Seamless teamwork. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The coordination between Lionel and Aina couldn't have been more perfect. In fact, it was so seamless that it was almost impossible to watch. Anyone who wasn't familiar with the two of them would think that any time now, Lionel's hand would slip or his calculations would be just a small measure off, and he would end up causing irreparable harm to Aina, who wasn't guarded against him in the slightest. For the likes of Yuval, Sillin, and especially their pavilion head, this kind of sight was especially difficult to stomach. The idea of trusting a man so deeply was such a foreign concept to them that they short-circuited for a moment, trying to find a different explanation for what they were seeing. But no matter how many times they blinked, the images never stopped coming. As time passed and awe set in, those who had thought Lionel to be a master of the spear didn't even know what to think anymore. Spear? Wasn't this youth clearly a pinnacle expert with the bow? Why'd he even waste his time picking up the spear in the first place? His anticipation, the control of bow force, his effortless calculations, it made the elders who also used a bow freeze in their seats. Were they even as good as a youth who had yet to mature? Even though they were used to fighting at speeds far beyond that of Lionel and Aina, even they wouldn't be so confident as to shoot their arrows so close to her body. It was almost as though every frame of Aina's speed movements, if frozen, would look as though it had been stuck onto a canvas and had her silhouette outlined by hundreds of arrows. If she took a step forward, in the instant she widened her stances, dozens of arrows would curve between her legs and skewer the targets before her. If raised her arms, dozens more arrows would sweep underneath, barely missing her toned arms and ample chest. If she leaned her head back to dodge the blow of a demon that had overestimated itself, arrows would whiz by her slender, exposed neck as though they could see glimpses of the future. All of these elders were experts. Even with Lionel firing at hundreds of arrows a minute, they could track every single one. Most of the time, these arrows would already be halfway there by the time Aina decided on her next move. Just how many battles had they fought together to reach this point? No, that wasn't even the most important question. How could one person trust another person to this level? It might not be impossible to find several people with the skill to do this, but was it even possible to find a partner who would allow you to do so? Would said partner even be able to display their full strength without feeling hesitant and suffocated thinking that you were just one slip of the finger away from ending their life entirely? By that point, the partner would end up holding back their true strength, looking out for the moment you screwed up so that they could safely extricate themselves. But Aina didn't look like she spared a single thought toward Lionel's actions at all. It was as though she didn't even consider the possibility of him messing up. No matter how skilled you were, it was impossible for you to never make even a single mistake, right? Wasn't this girl a little bit too foolish? Wouldn't it be a shame if a genius died in this way? Ophelia gripped her armrests, ready to go down right this moment. But as the arrow count increased from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands, the shock only grew deeper. Lionel didn't show any signs of slowing down. In fact, he was getting faster. It was almost like he hadn't been fully used to his weapon or his bow force. The first was fine since they had all seen him by the bow just now. In fact, That only made things more shocking because he hadn't even sent out a practice shot before he started firing toward Aina, something that only made their hearts shudder all the more. But the second? How could such a skilled archer not understand their bow force fully? What they didn't know was that Lionel's bow force progressed with such speed that for most of the time he had it, it had surpassed his dimension level. Just using it had placed a great strain on his mind. It could be said that while he was familiar with true bow force, when it came to enlightened bow force, he was nothing more than a novice. And now that he finally had its full strength at the tip of his fingers, he was relentless. Marksmanship had always given him a feeling nothing else could match, and now that he could allow it to breathe in all its glory, it was as though one shackle around his body after another was shattering to pieces. Lionel's eyes flashed, dancing between a pale violet to a bright one as though it couldn't make up its mind. Thwack! 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 The sound of the heavy thud of arrows colliding with the bodies of powerful demons echoed out every second. None seemed to cause a large amount of damage, but without fail, every time an arrow-ridden demon met Aina's blade, they would fall with a single sweep. It was as though Lionel's arrows sapped them of all their strength, forcing them into a position where they could do nothing. Aina's point total kept jumping, from around 11 million to 12 to 13. In a blink, it felt like it doubled, crossing into the 20 million threshold. With every kill she made, a large amount of blood was surged around her, increasing her area of attack and placing more pressure on Lionel's arrows to dodge her attacks and support her. And yet, he did so as easily as breathing, as though it was never challenged to begin with. The trio of the Sacred Light Pavilion finally seemed to notice what was happening. Chapter 1552, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 1552. Stophier if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again Stophier, and the others had already deployed their own formation and were killing off a large number of demons. They were confident that they'd be able to outspeed anyone, so their main goal was to travel to a location in the city where they wouldn't be interfered with. They formed a huge formation of light. All they needed to do was pump their light force into it, and it would burn most low high-class demons to ash. As for the middle and high ones that entered, they would find themselves greatly weakened, and they would be directly killed by Stophier. They couldn't move very fast due to the formation, but they didn't need to with so many demons swarming them in the first place. Stophier himself had already jumped from around 9 million to over 12 million in just a small while. He felt that no one else could match this pace, and that their stamina was performing well, so they wouldn't have to worry about lasting until the end. Once all of this was finished, only then would he think about dealing with Lionel. There were more important things than his own ego right now. However, he would have never expected that when he looked at the point totals rather than finding that he had closed the gap and surpassed Aina, to find that he had actually been thrown so much further behind. At first, Stophier thought it was a fluke. If the Endless Twilight Pavilion just happened to have a large one-time use item they used right at the beginning to expand the gap, then that was still acceptable. He was confident in his ability to catch up. But just after a few more seconds, he realized that he couldn't have been more wrong. The increase was steady, predictable, and coming in a strong, unrelenting stream. Although there were some small jumps, they happened again and again, making it clear that this was definitely not a one-time use item. Stophier realized immediately that this wasn't working. If they didn't first obstruct the Endless Twilight Pavilion and only worry about meeting the 10% mark later, they would definitely suffer. Damn it! Stophier's hair flared out, several rays of light coming out from him as he crushed the demons in the surroundings. Return now. Stophier suddenly regretted having gone so far out to hide their methods from others. By the time they made it, Aina and the Endless Twilight Pavilion would probably have already crossed the 2 or 3% mark. The gap would only widen from there. Shit! Stophier frowned and made a tough decision. Manifest. His roar thundered, his star slowly manifesting itself. He only brought out one, but the difference was that minor runes could be seen dancing within. Stophier stomped his feet. His two juniors looked toward one another, but their trust in Stophier was deep. Without hesitation, they followed suit and followed in hot pursuit. They were supposed to save their stars for the final stretch, but if this were already like this, there wasn't any time to mind anything else. They had seen the leaderboard too, and they knew why their senior had acted like this. They could only go all out to make it back. There was no point in conserving their strength, because if they had energy left in the end they couldn't use, then it truly wouldn't be worth it. It took several minutes for them to return, and by then, Aina was already approaching 30 million. What they saw, though, shook them. Blood whirled about Aina like a bloody rose. It was somehow both beautiful and fearsome, the rose becoming an inescapable grinder. However, while the rose alone was definitely powerful enough to make them shudder, it should have been an attack that could easily be grinded down. With his insights, Stophier could tell that while it was beautiful, it had no structure or core principle. This meant that there was no technique powering it, and was rather no less complex than a simple, ordinary punch. And yet, this simple blood force attack was tearing through high-class demons as though they were nothing, and that was when they saw the arrows. Best Stophier's eyes widened. He hadn't thought of Lionel the whole way here, simply assuming that everything was related to the endless twilight. After shock, Stophier's expression darkened and his gaze sharpened. The moment Lionel fell, Aina's killing speed would plummet. His trajectory changed. With a strong step, he became like a speed bullet. Yuval and Scylla hesitated. They should probably step in now. But Aina had said that they didn't need any help. While she had been protecting Lionel, it had still left them with quite some dissatisfaction. Plus, wouldn't the pavilion head kill them in a fit of rage if they stopped what could be Lionel's death? They valued their own lives far more than that, and they knew how irrational the pavilion head could be when she was enraged. Aina frowned, thinking of retreating to get closer to Lionel and intercept them. But she only received a shake of the head, and the rain of Lionel's arrows only seemed to become greater. Lionel's eyes were still focused on Aina, as though he hadn't sensed Stophier's charge at all. But he knew everything he needed to. Stophier was definitely exceptionally powerful. It seemed that he was already in Tier 7 of the 6th dimension and would more than crush the usual sector-ranked disciples of the Void Palace. He definitely deserved his place as the head disciple of a human-class power. Stophier seemed to know this about himself, as well as he confidently charged forward. He closed the distance, leaping when he was just 10 meters from the base of the sky. Rise Lionel stood upon. He shot up like a streaking star, dancing lights of white gold following his wake. Unfortunately, he actually dared to use light force in Lionel's presence. Stophier's head appeared, shooting past the ledge of the building and ready to shred Lionel to pieces. But at that moment, Lionel's hand had appeared above his star. For some reason, an overwhelming amount of fear gripped him in that instant. Didn't I tell you to piss off? Lionel's hand squeezed. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, the star of a human-class genius shattered like glass, and his aura plummeted out of the 6th star. Chapter 1553, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1553. Hurry, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel retracted his palm and sent a strong kick at Stophier's chest. The sound of bone cracking and shattering resounded like a crack of thunder before the air blasted apart in violent concentric circles. In one moment, foot and chest were connected, and in the next, Stophier had already crashed through an adjacent building. Lionel didn't even focus on the result. From the beginning, his priority had been Aina. He didn't seem to feel like what he had done was special at all. However, all the elders who had been paying attention to that screen rose to their feet, their eyes wide with shock and their hearts threatening to beat out of their chests. Shattering an enemy's star wasn't impossible, but it required one of two things. The first was to have overwhelming power over them. Sometimes, even an entire dimension of separation wasn't enough, especially if the target was a talent that had formed as star runes. At best, if you were much stronger, You could crack it and force the target to retract it. But even a cracked star, while it couldn't be manifested for fear of worsening the damage, could still function normally in the body as it absorbed force to heal itself. Usually, one would have to have almost 2 dimensions of separation to do this with the ease Lionel had. However, it was very clear and obvious that Lionel was not in the 8th star. If he was, they would have definitely sensed it. Plus, the city wouldn't allow anyone about the 6th in. So that left only one explanation. The second possibility was that someone had to both have exceptionally high affinity aligned with the target star, and they had to have exceptional star force affinity. There were very rarely people born with 2 separate affinities like this, but most often these affinities were born into one and fused into a single state. Any force with such a high fusion of star force into it, enough to give their owner such a high affinity with star force, was called a true state star force. The odds that Lionel had a true state star force were greater than 70%. And even if he didn't, he had already displayed such a high water force, bow force, and spear force. But now he had such high light force and the incredibly rare star force affinity. Even if it wasn't a true state star force, his individual affinities were so far beyond a human-class genius that he could crush them with a single palm and a single kick. Just where did this child come from? Of course, Lionel had a true state star force. The only difference was that he called it a true state force. Top 10 in star forces. Top 3 in light forces. Top 1 in fire forces. Not only did he have it, but if he displayed the number of star runes he had also formed for it, he could raise this entire to the ground. After truly comprehending Dimensional Cleanse, Lionel found that his Mage Core's ability to control atmospheric force, especially ones he had affinity for, had increased hundreds of folds. If he wanted, he could have simply sapped Stophier of all his light force, just not, and rendered his attack useless. But he didn't like the look of the latter's face. With Stophier down, especially the way he had gone down, his 2 juniors didn't dare to step forward and could only rush to save their senior. No matter what, they refused to join in losing their stars. If their star was shattered, it would take months to even years to reform. Then they would have to redo the 6th dimension all over again. It was safe to say that at least for now, Stophier's time as a genius was finished. With no other obstacles, Lionel and Aina tore through the city of demons without the slightest rest. Not even half an hour later, it clicked, and they crossed the 10% mark. Aina returned to Lionel's side with a sweet smile. She wasn't very surprised by the result, but it filled her with satisfaction knowing that others had been proven wrong about her man. There is something different about your bow force. Aina stayed still and let Lionel dab away the slight sheen of sweat on her face, her smile only growing brighter. It does feel different. I feel like I could make it enter the 7th dimension whenever I want. But after experiencing that once, I don't really want to do it again. Oh, Aina nodded as though this was only a matter of course. The duo were speaking in a language no one could understand. If it wasn't for this, who knew how others would react? Okay, Lionel stepped back after he was satisfied. Quickly go trade for it. We still have to go to human class. It will be dangerous if there are many as powerful as the annoying guy. Aina nodded and flashed toward the top of the sky rise. As for Lionel, he used some of his points to exchange for quite a few items. But ultimately, he was still missing 3 things he needed. The good news was these were quite high-class items, so it was likely that the high-class sector simply wouldn't have them, but others would. Just buying what he needed, Lionel had gone from over 3 million demon points to just over 1 million. The rest entering his spent category. The observers had no idea what he was doing, but they simply concluded that he wanted these items for his own personal use. But a lot of them seemed to be spatial items. Did Lionel also have a spatial affinity? They shuddered at the thought. Aina came back out quickly, her aura having already changed considerably. It seemed that golden tablets were actually special and fused with you, allowing her to learn many of its lower-level techniques without even trying. Lionel nodded. When we have time, I have another technique I want you to learn. I didn't think it was important before, but I'll explain later. We should hurry. Aina didn't even have a thought to spare for Yuval and Scylla as she and Lionel charged into the human class sector. Chapter 1554, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 1554. Human class sector. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Do you really have a way out? Aina asked. Of course, aren't I amazing? Lionel grinned. The two shot through the portal, appearing in an all-new city sector that was clearly even larger than the high-class sect. But what was special about this location was the fact that there didn't seem to be any demons present to attack them automatically. In fact, even after a quick sweep with his senses, Lionel found that he couldn't find any in a kilometer range either, at least not with a surface-level sweep. Lionel's gaze narrowed at this prospect. This was the human class, and it was considered a huge dividing line between the low, middle, and high classes. Demons of this caliber were truly dangerous. If Stofir's strength was anything to go by, this sector would definitely not be easy to manage. The level of power Stofir had was the equivalent of top-level sector-ranked disciples of the Void Palace. Yet his elders had still sent him down to the high-class sector. This meant one thing for sure, that they only felt that Stofir could guarantee them a victory there. That meant that, without a doubt, there were people equally as if not more powerful than that here, and not all of them would have affinities that Lionel could easily just crush, so they had to be exceptionally cautious. It was very likely that many of these people would have power, maybe rivaling or even surpassing that of his mother, and to Lionel, he still couldn't see the peak his mother stood at. The higher up in dimensions you went, the larger the dividing lines between individual tiers was. It will be difficult, very difficult. The other sectors have been almost too easy, but this time Lionel would have to prepare a bit. His greatest evolution wasn't in the strength of his body, but rather the strength of his mind. Even if he couldn't leave this place with a gold tablet of his own, he had no intention of leaving behind the silver tablet. He had to have at least that. Are you sure? Aina raised an eyebrow. Are you doubting me? Lionel's serious expression vanished into a teasing one. I'm hurt. Aina rolled her eyes. Was there even anyone in the world who trusted him more at this point? When it came to matters of strength, Aina didn't even think twice. She didn't even blink when he said he could promote his bow force whenever he wanted. But right now they were stuck in a zone. When she had met Lionel again, she had shed a tear because seeing him at least meant that if they were going to die here, they could do so together. She realized then that even if she could never get revenge for her mother, she would be able to calm her heart so long as Lionel was by her side. Ultimately, she had already resigned to a life of being stuck in this place. Though it was quite harsh and demons were a constant, looming threat, it wasn't much different from their own world. The threats were just different. Plus, this place didn't seem to have invalids obsessed with stealing her away to force her to birth their children. So, in her books, this was an enormous plus. She couldn't even put into words just how revolting and sick just the thought of it was to her. But now Lionel was saying that he could bring them out. It had to be known that in the history of the dimensional verse, no one had ever succeeded in such a thing. Powerful experts have been lost inside, never to return. Even the children of powerful experts have been stuck, but even their parents couldn't get them out. It was impossible. Completely impossible. You aren't lying to me to make me feel better, right? Aina didn't look angry at the prospect. In fact, her eyes looked quite vulnerable right this moment. Regardless of the answer, she wouldn't get angry. Lionel probably knew how important revenge was to her. Even if she could force her heart to settle down and forget, that didn't mean that she would be truly at ease if she couldn't make the Brazinger family pay. But she wanted him to know that it was all right. He didn't have to go so far and push himself so much if it was truly impossible. Lionel's smile faded and his expression turned serious. His hand reached forward and he smoothed out a piece of loose hair, his actions impossibly gentle for a man who had just crippled another with that very same palm just moments ago. I can do the impossible. They were simple words and wildly boastful, but Aina still felt her heart bloom. For some reason, she was certain that he wasn't lying. Okay, Aina grabbed onto Lionel's arm with a happy smile. If you really succeed, I can clear my baby-making time slots for you. Lionel's serious and cool demeanor shattered as he choked on air. Clear? Time slots? What's that supposed to mean? Aina looked away as though he hadn't heard him at all. Look at Demon. Lionel's head snapped in the direction Aina had pointed in, but there was nothing there. Realizing he had been duped, his head snapped back only to realize that Aina had vanished into a puff of crimson, her speed impossibly fast. Lionel was speechless. How had he fallen for the oldest trick in the book? Especially when his senses were the strongest ability he had. After recovering, Lionel laughed, a whirl of light force appearing around him as he shot forward. Compared to the speed he had displayed before, this was easily dozens of times faster. A streak of crimson and one of gold tore a path through the city, towing a line between two accumulating armies. The human-class sector was, indeed, a lot different. The demons knew how to use their brains, how to strategize and bide their time. This was why, the moment Lionel and Aina appeared, they immediately became number 1 and 2 on the leaderboards. Once the battle truly began, it would be a bloodbath. Chapter 1555, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 5 seconds p.m. Chapter 1555. Show off if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Lionel and Aina made it all the way to the center of the city without the slightest obstruction. Lionel had been lamenting the fact that they wouldn't have a teleportation method here, but surprisingly, although it was slower, it wasn't a terrible experience either. With their speed, it took maybe an hour to reach the center of the city, but not much more than that. When they got there, though, there was once again nothing to see. By this point, Lionel had noticed the leaderboard, and he realized even those with the highest point totals only have demon points totaling in the tens of thousands. According to what he knew, these totals were what one could expect for killing 1 or 2 human-class demons. This meant that even the strongest here only had so few kills. No, it was more accurate to say that the luckiest here had so few, because Lionel highly doubted that such a list was representative of the strongest here. However, that left Lionel and Aina with a huge advantage. Aina alone had over 100 million points, and Lionel, though his points were already used, had over 3 million. Lionel's points weren't very important, but Aina should be able to exchange for what they needed. Like the proud gigolo he was, Lionel let Aina pay for everything. They became the first to step into the central sky rises and the only ones with access to their shops. Very quickly, they began looking for what Lionel needed. This is a necessity. With this, there should only be one thing left. Lionel held the force quill in his hand, but it felt impossibly heavy in his hand, almost like it was a spear or a greatsword instead of the quill it was meant to be. The tip was carved out of a bronze metal that almost made it look like the embroidered helmet of a sentinel. This tip led to a dense black that seemed smooth upon first look, but needled into Lionel's metallic skin as though it was wet tissue paper. The moment Lionel touched it, his blood dripped down and pooled at the bronze tip, ready to drip at any moment. At the same time, the pure white feather that connected to the black stem began to glow a fierce rouge light. Clang! Just like that, the rouge light snapped close like the pieces of an armor and shield, dancing with complex runes. Without much of a thought, Lionel drew a pen stroke across the air, causing the rouge light to tremble and cause a surge of force to multiply and fuse with Lionel's own. This was exactly the effect Lionel needed. This force quill was a quasi-life-grade force quill, a treasure on the same level as the White Lion Bow. What Lionel needed to do couldn't be done with just his power alone. He needed to borrow power from the world around him. The good news was that mastering Dimensional Cleanse had actually made this force quill almost unnecessary. The even better news was that the combination of the two made his odds of success all the greater. There was no doubt that this force quill would be with him for a long while. If not for this zone, who knew how long it would take him to get his hands on one of this caliber? This force quill is a bit sinister. It's skimming at your life force to work. Lionel nodded. It's also a bit unruly. It's taking more than it needs, probably because it's near the life grade, so it thinks it's too good for me. If it broke into the life grade right now, I probably wouldn't even be able to pick it up. Lionel chuckled, a force quill not acknowledging him. He would like to see how long it would remain stubborn for. In no time at all, it would be obediently taking only as much life fork as it needed. As for right now, Lionel wasn't even worried about it. With Vital Star Force fueling his body, life force wasn't something he needed to worry about. Vital Star Force could be considered to be to life force what soul force was to dream force. Of course, life force was of a higher grade than Vital Star Force. This was because life force encompassed everything, while Vital Star Force was only designed for the body. However, when it came to purely body-related things like abode strength and longevity, Vital Star Force didn't lose out to life force in any way. This was why Lionel's raw, physical strength had finally caught up to Anus. So you said there's one more thing we need? Yes, one more thing. I need a material strong enough to withstand the procedure. It needs to be both very sturdy and have a spatial affinity. The trouble is that materials like that are simply too rare. Ores with high spatial force tend to be more volatile and unstable. I need one that's the exact opposite. It doesn't seem like the human class sector has something strong enough. Then we'll need to go to the fiend class. Lionel nodded slowly. He didn't say it, but he felt that without an opportunity to first complete the final leg of his plan, and with Aina not having time to meditate on her gold tablet, the human class was their limit. And, even then, they were greatly stretching themselves. If they wanted to exchange for something in the fiend class sector, they would definitely need to earn all the points they could hear. After just purchasing 2 things here, Aina's more than 100 million demon points had almost been completely wiped out. She barely had 10 million left. It wouldn't be enough to buy the material, even if Lionel had found it here. This told Lionel that if they didn't go into the fiend class with enough points, they would never be able to gather enough there. Getting 10% of the kills in this sector would be hard enough, but now they couldn't stop there. Lionel felt they would need to kill at least 20% to ensure that they would have enough to trade for what would likely be a life grade. Oregon Lionel took a breath and closed his eyes. We can't do this like we did in the high class. Lionel spun his new force quill through his fingers, his dexterity seemingly having increased to an impossible level. So it seems I'm going to have to show off a bit. Blueprints danced through Lionel's mind. He didn't realize that the commotion he was about to cause would lead to a cascade of events he would have no power to stop. Chapter 1556. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chapter 1556. Subtle if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Lionel walked up to the side of a building and began inspecting it. Aina didn't say anything as she followed along, simply allowing Lionel to focus. But as unexpressive as Lionel's face was, his mind was like a raging storm. Due to what had happened at the Void Tower, Lionel's dream world looked a lot more like a universe of its own, his synapses becoming like the usually imaginary lines that connected the stars of a constellation. Planets moved, asteroids rushed about, and stars sparkled and faded. It was as though Lionel's thoughts themselves could force world-shattering changes, the changes the likes of which could cause upheaval on a cataclysmic scale. As expected, practically everything here is made up of seventh-dimensional materials at worst. That's both a good and a bad thing. Lionel's thoughts danced about in his mind. The Dwarven race's force arts, the Morales family's force arts, the Luxnix family's force arts, and even snippets of the spiritual race's force arts all danced about in Lionel's mind. A raging tempest of thoughts forming up and then collapsing one after another. It's possible. It's possible if I copy. Maybe with a few changes here and there. Lionel's mind was on a completely different level than it had been before, but when it came to the force arts of the Dwarven race, copying with just a few liberties was still the best that he could do. However, he felt that he was getting closer and closer on that front. All he was lacking was time. But time was maybe what he lacked the most. He had given himself 2 more weeks to gain enough strength to leave the Olidark family. But now it felt like that timeline was trying to swallow him whole. Best despite the pressure, Lionel only seemed to grow calmer, his mind working faster and faster. At that moment, Lionel's palm flipped over the force quill appeared, his pale violet eyes glowing with a blinding light as he began to draw across the side of a building. He seemed to forget about everything else, trusting Aina entirely to protect his back. The appearance of Lionel and Aina had definitely caught the attention of the human-class geniuses who were still biding their time and waiting for the events to begin. But the ones caught the most off guard were the trio who recognized Aina's name. Could it be that Aina had already claimed the top prize of the high class? That much was great, but where were Yuval and Scylla then? And also, why hadn't there been any attempt to contact them? There were more than a few options on how to do, so even if you were scared about the retaliation of the human-class demons. The trio of young women looked toward one another. They realized that something here wasn't quite right, especially since there was also this Leonidas character. But the benefit of an extra helper wouldn't be small, so they had to try and find Aina. In the skies above, Ophelia continued to watch on with a cold gaze. When she saw Aina waste 100 million demon points on Lionel, buying up everything he pointed out without the slightest hesitation, her smoldering fury only became deeper and deeper. She seemed to have completely forgotten that it was only because of Lionel that Aina had accumulated so many points so easily to begin with. She couldn't seem to wrap her head around the idea of mutual aid, trust, and respect. Her gaze focused on Aina, never leaving her once. She didn't even seem to notice what it was that Lionel was doing at all. Or maybe it was just that she didn't care. Avarice, though, was watching on in confusion. That was clearly a force quill, but why wasn't it a force art language that he didn't recognize? Not recognizing it was still fine, but he should still be able to deduce its effects much like Lionel could with the Dwarven race's force arts. However, he actually couldn't make heads or tails of it. It felt impossible that Lionel's attainments in force arts could be deeper than his own. Could it be that he was just trying to show off for a girl and doing whatever nonsense came to mind? But that didn't seem to make much sense either. Lionel clearly had enough skill that such tricks weren't necessary. Plus, he already had the heart of the bastard child of the Brazingers, so was doing such a thing even worth it? Odd. Lionel didn't have time to pay attention to the thoughts of others. As he moved, he only seemed to become faster. It had been so long since he had crafted anything that he forgot how much he loved it. To Lionel's shock, though, as he continued to draw, a subtle sort of feeling began to dance on the edge of his quill's tip. In fact, the unruly quasi-life grade force quill only seemed to become more and more obedient with each passing second. For a moment, the quill felt no different from a spear or his bow. His control over it was immaculate, and the artistic conception that flooded forth from its body enveloped Lionel, causing him to sink even deeper into his thoughts. He had felt this feeling once before. When he forged the final creation of his last force quill, a force quill that had followed by his side for years, he could almost feel its mourning, its excitement, its final will. That feeling was oh so subtle before, but after grasping the first stage of his grandfather's spear technique, it became sharper. Rather than a slight melody pulling at his will, it felt as though the dong of a sonorous bell was ringing in his mind. Lionel seemed to vanish, fusing into the world itself. It suddenly wasn't clear where his hand stopped and where his quill began. And then it clicked. He realized what was lacking from his bow force and from his spear force. Chapter 1557, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 and 2 seconds p.m. Chapter 1557. Cat fight. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel moved faster and faster. Gorgeous semi and quarter-circular arcs beginning to layer atop of one another to become more and more complex. Even before it became functional, it was beautiful. And even before it was beautiful, it was perfect. Every line, every edge, and every overlap was precise to the millimeter, not a single piece out of place. Lionel shattered a window and began to weave in and out of the building, his force arts swallowing more and more of it all without a care for what function it had produced before. Aina! At that moment, Aina had been entirely focused on Lionel, her own eyes in somewhat of a trance. But she still knew that her role was to protect Lionel as best she could during this period. So, she had already noticed when others were approaching, and she frowned when she heard them call her name. Aina turned to find 3 familiar faces, all of whom were from the Endless Twilight Pavilion. Compared to the other powers, the Endless Twilight Pavilion had been the most brazen. Some others might only participate in 2 separate sectors if they had the means to do so secretly. The Endless Twilight Pavilion, though, sent in 9 disciples to cover 3 different sectors: the high-class sector, the human-class sector, and the fiend-class sector. In fact, if it wasn't because she disdained to do so, Ophelia would have sent people into the middle and low classes as well, all so that she could maximize her chances at laying claim to as many tablets as possible. The 3 women had auras far more dense and powerful than that of Yuval and Silen. As 3 of the top 6 disciples of a fiend-class power, this was all to be expected. As for rank 4th through 6th of a fiend-class power, they should be able to easily bury the likes of Stofir. Aina felt quite a bit of pressure facing them. There was nothing much she could do about that. These 3 were already very close to entering the 7th dimension. If it didn't make her feel so much pressure, their decades of practice would have all gone to waste. Yes. Aina's reply left the 3 not quite knowing what to say. The one who had initially spoken was the 4th ranked and the leader amongst the 3. She had a fiery head of red hair and bright violet eyes. However, the aura she gave off was quite electric, the air sparking around her before fading back to normal. If her lightning force was compared to the trio of the Lightning Lance Pavilion, it could only be said to be akin to night and day. The gap was far too large, so much so that lightning force itself seemed to react to the fluctuations in her emotions. Did Pavilion Head not make herself clear? In the case that any one of us finishes early and promotes to the next sector, we're to gather together as quickly as possible. I would be able to make concessions for you if you were delayed, but it doesn't look like you were delayed at all. What do you think you're doing? Aina's eyes narrowed. I have something to do. I won't be joining you. Excuse me. Sparks flew around Lovira, dancing between golden, red, and violet. The sizzling of the air seemed to raise the temperature, an oppressive might descending. I said that I won't be joining you. Aina's voice grew colder. Good luck. Are you betraying the Endless Twilight Pavilion? Are you breaking the trust of the sisterhood? The one who spoke was the 5th-ranked Marcy. While her temper was much gentler in comparison to Lovira's hot-bloodedness, she didn't seem very happy with what was happening either. They were Aina's seniors, just by virtue of that alone. They deserved her respect. This was how the world worked. To actually dare to try and blow them off? And for what exactly? Their gazes shifted from Aina to a shadow that continuously appeared and vanished in the windows of the adjacent shop. They had no idea what he was doing, but when they laid eyes on the elaborate patterns surrounding the building, their hearts couldn't help but tremble for some reason. Betraying? I was taken into the Endless Twilight Pavilion to be a maidservant. If it wasn't for my own personal talent, I would have already been flogged to death. Even after I survived that ordeal, I was forced to choose between dying and becoming a student of your pavilion. What sisterhood, exactly? The coercion in Aina's voice only seemed to increase with every word she spoke. She was already tall for a woman to begin with, standing after over 6 feet. Her hair might not be the same crimson of the Brazingers, but her aura was no less potent, if not more so. Facing the likes of Lovira, if it was in terms of raw power, she might lose, but if it was a battle of momentum and aura, she would lose to no one. Lovira felt her heart quake. Looking into Aina's bright golden eyes, it felt as though she was staring into the soul of a war goddess. Your sisterhood is worth nothing to me, and certainly not as much as a single hair on his head. I advise that you leave us alone and preserve your strength for the coming final phase. If not, it'll make certain that you suffer here even if I lose. Lovira's gaze flickered. If anyone else so weak had said such nonsense to her, she might spit in their face long before she took it seriously. But a blood sovereign was too unpredictable. It was precisely this blood-sovereign ability that caught the eye of the forever unimpressed Ophelia. At that moment, the sound of clapping echoed. Oh ho ho, front row seats to a cat fight. Lucky us. Do you think we'll get any nipple action this time? A teasing voice came from the top of a skyrise. A foot appeared on the ledge before a handsome face peered over to catch a glimpse of what was happening below. Chapter 1558, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:33 p.m. Chapter 1558. Pathetic. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lovira's expression darkened as she looked up. She had hoped that this could be dealt with without involving others, but it was quite clear that their movements would be monitored by anyone with a vested interest in winning. And, just as obviously, anyone who dared to so blatantly provoke them like this was yet another power that wouldn't lose out to the endless Twilight Pavilion by much at all. The Star Force Pavilion. The Star Force Pavilion was famous for only accepting disciples with rare star affinities. It could be said that outside powers that could be considered subsidiaries of the great families like the Sacred Light Pavilion Stophier had been a part of the Endless Twilight Pavilion, the Star Force Pavilion, and the Eternal Dream Pavilion were the very strongest. All three were fiend-class powers only below that of the great families, but truthfully, it was a bit inaccurate to see them like this. There was only one Chaos-class bubble in the human world, which was protected jointly by the four great families. This bubble often received the support of these powerful Fiend-class powers as well, and often the greatest geniuses of these Fiend-class powers would play a large role in defending said bubble. It could be said that the only reason these highest-level Fiend-class powers weren't considered Chaos-class powers was that there wasn't enough opportunity to grow. At least that was what it seemed like on the surface. In reality, things were even more complicated than just this alone. Regardless, the Eternal Dream Pavilion was one that was quite mysterious and didn't often take part in such affairs. They were the only power not to send a single individual here. That mostly left the Endless Twilight Pavilion and the Star Force Pavilion to butt heads and figure out how to divide these spoils alone, something that quite frankly left everyone else stuck. The one who had spoken just now was the fourth-ranked disciple of the Star Force Pavilion, TYBTH. He was the equivalent of Lovira in almost every way, so it wasn't a surprise that he didn't care about offending her with his words. Lovira, don't be like that. Is there need to glare? I've already told you that if you keep this up, you'll end up with more wrinkles than you know what to do with soon enough. How about I give you a massage and help you to smoothen them out? I can help you smooth out a lot of things. TYBDH grinned wildly, his eyes scanning Lovira up and down. Despite the fact he was standing on top of a building at least a few hundred meters tall, to him, she might as well have been right in front of him. Lovira's jaw set, the lightning around her continuing to dance and spark. They almost looked like fine cracks in space, ready to implode at any moment. Suddenly, and completely without warning, Lovira's arm shot forward, her hand forming into a crackling blade that pierced right for Aina's heart. Best Aina, however, didn't seem very surprised by this result at all. The more powerful her life force grew, the more sensitive she became to such things. Bang! The polearm of Aina's battle axe appeared between herself and Lovira, its blade slamming heavily into the ground. The timing was perfect, and Lovira's middle finger slammed heavily into the axe. A crackle of lightning surged forward, but Aina had already retreated, her expression cold. Lovira's beautiful countenance twisted, seemingly not expecting her surprise attack to fail, but she had already followed up with another strike, her palms raining down like a torrential rain. Aina's eyes narrowed, her body seemingly moving on its own. None of her strikes were telegraphed, and she moved as freely as a leaf in the wind. The gentleness she had learned from wielding a silk cloth as her main weapon for so long seemed to have long since been ingrained into her very being. Slap! Lovira's face swiveled to the side hard. It looked for a moment as though her head might twist off her neck just from the force of the blow alone, one of her teeth even flying out from her mouth as her cheek quickly swelled only to just as quickly begin to heal. Aina took aback, grabbing her axe. Your close combat skills are pathetic. If you want to teach me a lesson, I advise you to fight for real, or else I really won't mind killing you right here and now. Aina's voice didn't seem to carry even the slightest emotion, but the bloodthirstiness wasn't to be underestimated. She had never been like Lionel. She never hesitated to kill, and she would never blink an eye toward slaughter. Lionel only seemed capable of flipping on that switch when those he cared about were harmed, but she didn't even need this much. So long as someone stood in her way, she would rip out their intestines and strangle them with it, if it was the only way to win. And all the while, she wouldn't blink a single time. TYBTH clapped and laughed from above. He even took a seat, his two juniors laughing and sitting by his side. It seemed that they were having the time of their lives. You slapped me? Lovira touched the cut on her lip that was already almost entirely closed, her expression as dark and murky as a swamp's waters. Aina didn't respond. In truth, she would have preferred a solid punch to deal some real damage, but the gap in Lovira's defenses was too small and narrow. Since she didn't expect to win this battle in one blow anyway, she chose to humiliate and enrage her enemy instead. When it came to close combat instincts, Aina didn't feel like there was anyone in this world that was her match. Her grip on her AXS polearm tightened somewhat, and she raised it into the air, pointing it straight at Lovira. Come! Chapter 1559, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 58 seconds p.m. Chapter 1559. Shattered window. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lovira's met Aina's gaze, a smoldering fury within their depths. You too. Don't you dare interfere. If you do, it'll kill you personally. Marcy and Farah looked toward each other somewhat helplessly. On the one hand, they knew that they needed to deal with Aina. Not only were her actions a humiliation to their pavilion, but she could also jeopardize their mission once the final phase truly began. However, on the other hand, it was too difficult to deal with blood sovereigns. Their healing factors were out of this world. Their ability to scale their abilities beyond their limits was greater than in any other path, and when you paired that with a stubborn attitude like Aina, the results could be disastrous. Up above, the members of the Star Force Pavilion were already chuckling and laughing at them, but Lovira had already stepped beyond the threshold of no return. Her temper was too fiery, and it definitely didn't help that she wielded not one, but two top 10 lightning forces. Violet Bolt Force, known for its piercing power, and Crimson Implosion Force, known for its explosive power. When the two were put together, Lovira shot forward, her speed fast, and her palms already rising into the air to reveal a greatsword with a blade that was 2 meters tall and 2 feet wide. It swirled with a violent tempest of red and violet lightning, and it descended like a howling wind. Aina's gaze flashed, her axe arching backward and then swinging upward. A moment before the collision, her wrist shifted ever so slightly, causing her AXS blade to nick the side of Lovira's greatsword and knocking it to the side. Bang! Lovira's greatsword glanced by Aina's shoulder, its spark of lightning tearing into the latter's white leather and plate armor almost down to her shoulder's tender flesh. Then with a harsh sound, it collided into the ground, as Aina's axe force blazed to life. Enlightened axe force trembled, wavering between a golden and a white color before settling on the latter. By all rights, Aina had the advantage. With a single glancing blow, she closed the distance between herself and Lovira, the latter's greatsword still stuck in the ground as Aina transferred the upward momentum of her battle axe once again into a downward momentum. Her ability to shift and use strength that she had already accumulated was immaculate. Every movement was seamless, and not even a hint of energy was wasted. There was simply no one who understood her body better than herself. However, the gap between her and Lovira was too large. While it was clear to anyone that Aina's skill was greater, Lovira could close the gap with sheer raw power. Lovira took a heavy step back, forcefully changing the momentum of her greatsword and pulling it out from the ground to block Aina's blow. Aina's wrists trembled, her axe threatening to fly from her hands, but she had already prepared to use this new momentum to swing down again. Unfortunately, Lovira, after making Aina go numb once, forced her to do it again, and then again. Clang, clang, clang. Collision after collision resounded, and Lovira pushed Aina back a step with everyone. At first, it was even, but Aina's losses became more and more pronounced with every exchange. And to make matters worse, the sparks of purple and red lightning were having residual area of effect impact. Aina's white armor became charged in several places, and if it wasn't for it, the results would have been far more difficult to handle. Lovira's attacks became faster and faster as Aina's counters had no choice but to become less skilled. The stronger Lovira's attacks, the more difficult it was for Aina to prepare an adequate rebuttal, and the more pressure she had to face. Lovira's expression only became more savage. As enraged as she hadn't lost her mind yet. This was as much power as she was willing to use because this wouldn't impact her battle prowess later on. But it still infuriated her that Aina could last for so long. She sneered when she saw that the web of Aina's fingers were accumulating more and more blood. So what if they continuously healed? She would still make this junior who didn't know her place suffer. Bang! Aina skidded backward, her expression still placid. Lovira held out her great sword, the tempest of lightning around it growing by another measure. With a heavy stomp forward, the ground quaked, and a surging tide of red lightning split the ground. Huh! Lovira released a low shout, her greatsword waving forward and causing a scythe of lightning force to shoot for Aina. Aina's eyes narrowed. Rather than retreating, she took a heavy step forward as well, her axe swinging down with all her might as a crimson aura condensed around her. Huh! Aina's outshout came out like a sonorous bell, an odd resonant feeling gripping the hearts of those who heard it. At the instant before the two attacks met, the crimson aura around Aina seemed to respond to the shout, multiplying in force by tenfold just the instant before they met. Bang! Aina stumbled backward, her axe almost flying out from her hand, but her grip remained true. The ground cracked with each one of her heavy steps until she finally managed to stop on the third, a small exhale coming out from her pink lips. Lovira's eyes widened. She survived that without being heavily injured? How is that even possible? It didn't make any sense. That attack was already enough for even the likes of TYBTH to take seriously, let alone a small-time disciple like Aina. Just when Lovira was about to break her own rules and use more strength, she suddenly felt as though her soul had been plunged into the depths of hell. Her head snapped up, only to find a boy years her junior looking down at her from the ledge of a shattered window. Chapter 1560, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 56 seconds p.m. Chapter 1560. Why don't you? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel hopped down from the ledge, landing on the ground as though he was nothing more than a feather. It was especially odd since he hadn't seemed to have done anything to slow his descent. In fact, it looked as though he had even sped up his fall. Lionel frowned when he saw Aina's bloody hands. He could tell that the skin beneath was already healed, but it didn't make him happy at all. He sighed. Didn't I tell you that you should always carry around a bunch of blood? It's too useful to your combat abilities not to. Aina only smiled, but didn't respond. She didn't carry around blood with her mostly because it felt like a cheat. Her blood force enhanced her abilities, but they weren't her foundational abilities, at least that was the way she saw it. In her mind, her main focus should be increasing her raw ability. Then, of course, her blood force would be able to boost that when she needed it, thus making her stronger. All this time, Aina's blood force had been like an enigmatic existence looming at the back of her mind. She never really understood it or what it meant to be a blood sovereign. In fact, she somewhat hated it and wanted to run from it due to the bad experiences it had caused her. The fusion with the gold tablet seemed to have subtly changed those thoughts within her, but she had only combined with it a few hours ago at most. How would that be enough time to change her entire mentality? Ultimately, she knew that Lionel was right and had always been right. If she had stored the large amount of demon blood she had gotten from the high-class sector instead of just leaving it behind like she usually did, then she wouldn't have suffered as much or maybe even not at all. When she faced increasingly powerful opponents, she couldn't always hope to snatch their blood from them. Just then, when she had slapped Lovira and managed to draw blood, she realized that she couldn't even snatch away the latter's blood force, leading to her being pushed to the edge and forced to use a technique she wasn't even sure would work. Luckily it had, but she still felt that it was a close call. If not for this, she would have been heavily injured if not dead. Are you the one who tricked my junior into doing your dirty work? Lovira seemed to have finally recovered, but she found herself frozen again when Lionel looked at her. Once was already enough, but for it to happen twice now, she realized that this wasn't a coincidence. Something about this man was even more dangerous than her, and that wasn't a feeling that she was used to being born with her two lightning force affinities. Who is that? Lionel asked, ignoring her question. A disciple of the Endless Twilight Pavilion. Endless Twilight Pavilion? What does she mean I tricked you? It's a female-only organization, Aina explained simply. Oh, no wonder it's called Endless Twilight. It's probably run by an old lady who thinks her prime extends to infinity. It makes sense she's raised such bitter disciples. Aina opened her mouth to respond, but when what Lionel said hit her, she was frozen in silence for a moment before she snorted beside herself, her laughter echoing throughout the silent city. However, Aina was the only one who was laughing. Whether it was the three women or TYBTH and the other men above, none of them dared to. In fact, even if they found it amusing in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to. Lionel had just said those words out loud for everyone to hear, and there was an almost 100% certainty that the fiery, tempered pavilion head Ophelia had heard them. Old lady? Past her prime? Bitter? You dare say such words about pavilion head Ophelia? Lionel's head turned back. Since you dared to injure her, why don't you just die? Lovira, who hadn't expected such a change, suddenly felt an overwhelming danger take hold of her. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the building that Lionel had just been in shrunk by 3 factors. No, it hadn't shrunk. Rather, it had condensed, becoming a mass of 7th-dimensional material that snaked into the skies and quickly formed the head of a horned dragon. Roar! The devastating sound broke the sound barrier, shattering the windows of countless sky rises as a huge accumulation of fire force began to accumulate in the horned dragon's mouth. Run! This was the only thought in Lovira's mind as she sprinted away, her eyes signaling the very same thing to her companions. Damn it! Lovira instantly realized that there wasn't enough time. The other 2 disciples would have time, but she most definitely would not. The heat already began to scorch her skin, a raging tempering swirling about the mouth of the construct before it even breathed out. And when it finally did, it was as though the world was dyed in red. Lovira unleashed her stars all at once. Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, she was actually able to manifest for, but the despair on her face spoke volumes. A pillar of fire descended from above, enveloping her completely. The concrete melted to liquid, the foundation of several buildings to the side warping and collapsing. The fire slowly waned, but the heat only seemed to continue to rise. The only 2 who seemed completely unaffected were Lionel and Aina, the former because no flame could possibly hurt him, and the latter because she had his protection. She survived, Lionel mumbled to himself, watching as a half-charred and completely naked Lovira coughed and stumbled, the molten pavement sticking to her and causing her to scream out in horror and pain. Unfortunately for her, though, there was no beauty to see in her naked form. There was nothing but a half-bald head, boiling skin, and charred flesh. Lionel prompted the horned dragon construct to raise its head again to attack, but at that moment the ground rumbled. He looked off into the distance, his eyes narrowing. It seemed that the human-class demons were finally launching their assault. Chapter 1561, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 54 seconds p.m. Chapter 1561. Sheep. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Ophelia rose to her feet violently. Although her expression still didn't have a single change, the same couldn't be said for the aura around her. In fact, it seemed as though the entire cloud construct they stood upon might collapse at any moment. Avarice was caught between shock, awe, and helplessness. This boy's mouth was truly something, but who could have possibly guessed that Lionel's greatest talent wouldn't be his spear, his bow, or even his true state star force, but rather his force crafting. None of them could understand how such a talent had appeared out of nowhere. It simply didn't make sense for him to not at least be part of a human class power. Where the hell had he come from? Ophelia turned to leave, her steps slow and deliberate. Avarice's expression changed, and he quickly vanished to block Ophelia's path. With his stature, he was naturally far taller and larger than the delicately framed pavilion head. However, none of that seemed to matter at all as he continued to try to be as respectful as possible. Best pavilion head, please show some patience. I really cannot allow you to interfere. The child has a foul mouth that spews nothing but lies. How could the gorgeous Ophelia's prime not be endless? However, while he has a foul mouth, he hasn't broken any rules. How can the great families continue to hold our heads high if we cannot protect the youths who are deserving of it? Please show some restraint. Avarice's words were as subservient as he could allow himself to be while still drawing a fierce line. He truly couldn't allow Ophelia to go and do as she pleased, or else the event would truly be worried. Ophelia seemed to look right through Avarice for a moment before she finally met his gaze. Avarice shuddered, but still remained as strong as he could. No one dared to talk about the history of Ophelia, but he knew it quite well. This woman really did dare to do anything. The fact she was looking at him like this right now likely meant that she would back down, but that didn't mean that she would forget. Lovira's two companions rushed forward to pick her up, Lionel's glance making them shudder. Truthfully, he had only waited so that he could kill all three of them at once. Clearly, they believed that such an attack could only be launched by him once, or at least with poor frequency. But they were very much wrong. However, before Lionel could command his draconic construct to attack again, Aina grabbed his arm. It's not worth it. Pavilion head Ophelia is too powerful. I can't see her limits. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Hearing this, he realized that he might have to change his plans. It might be best to never step foot outside of this city at all, but would that be possible? Lionel calculated some things. Truthfully, he really did need 2 more weeks. Only with those 2 more weeks would he be able to accomplish what he had previously failed to, unless it was possible that he might find something to speed the process up in the Fiend class sector. It seemed that everything would come down to this. All right, let's finish up here quickly. Lionel wrapped an arm around Aina's waist and took a strong step. A small tornado of wind was left in his wake as he leapt to the top of the horned dragon formed of stone in a single bound. In one moment he was on the ground, and in the next he towered over even some of the sky rises. Lionel sent a glance toward TYBTH and the others of the Star Force Pavilion, but they seemed to have begun to show quite a bit of restraint now. The head of the horned dragon swiveled just a small measure, but the three immediately explosively retreated, their gazes narrowed. That attack just now was way too powerful, so much so that it bordered on the explosive power of a 7th-dimensional fire force. They had no idea how Lionel had done it, but what they were certain of was that they wanted no part of it. Without the help of 7th-dimensional materials and maybe even years of rest, there was no way Lovira would be able to display her usual strength. Lionel took control of the horned dragon, urging it forward toward the emerging line of human-class demons. They truly lived up to their name, all of them walking on 2 legs and being humanoid in form. But, however, this was where their similarities ended. It was rare for any of them to have normal flesh-colored skin. Many were covered in scales. Some had skin ranging from green to violet. Some had bones that grew right out of their skin, and some others seemed to have fused their bodies with armors. No matter which it was, though, All of them exuded towering auras, just the strength of their normal steps causing the ground to whine and crack. However, Lionel simply stood tall, looking down upon them with the same unmoved expression. If he had to face them with his bow and spear, it would indeed be a tall task. However, he suddenly felt very confident that he could wipe them all out with minimal effort on his part. Who asked this city to be so rich in seventh-dimensional materials? They were practically begging him to make it his playground. The horned dragon opened its mouth. A large accumulation of fire force quickly formed. It released a mighty roar just as the expressions of the demons changed, but was already too late. After all this preparation, they had charged forward with the confidence to wipe out these human youths who treated them like hunting targets. They were completely enveloped by the flames. Cries of terror and pain rang out, sounds that one would have never thought a demon could possibly make. Lionel, though, made them seem like nothing more than sheep to the slaughter. Chapter 1562, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 53 seconds p.m. Chapter 1562. Mantra: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again Aina watched with raised brows. Even she hadn't expected something like this. It had been a very long time since Lionel crafted anything. Usually for most, their skills would be dull. But it was as though the time off had only made Lionel more powerful in this aspect. Truthfully, Lionel had already had an enormous breakthrough that day. He forged armor out of cursed bee skins back during the Void Palace True Selection. However, without his quill, and because he lost little Tali soon after, he had never had the time to consolidate that breakthrough. Someone else might have allowed that feeling to fade, but for Lionel, who had an entire dream world in his mind, he didn't have to physically practice to improve. In fact, the months of pondering and patience actually allowed him to accumulate more experiences and build atop of that breakthrough he had made. This horned dragon, formed of stone, was an accumulation of all of that, coming together to form a power far beyond Lionel's own and superseding the limits of the younger generation's existence in this place. Best, the form of the dragon came from the Luxnix family force art. Its foundation came from the dwarven race's protective force art formation. Its ability to accumulate and expel powerful flames came from dimensional cleanse and very specific runes of his Scarlet Star Force stars. And finally, the force art that catalyzed its change in form from a building into a creature was that Morales family's force art. Lionel's accumulation of knowledge came together, and his use of force arts evolved from strict and stringent copying to something that contained its own life and vitality. He no longer felt restrained by singular force art languages and could seamlessly switch between them all, even fusing them into one to form a new language that even the likes of Avraz wasn't able to recognize. When he was drawing this force art, it felt to him as though his quill had come to life. It became less unruly, and it almost fused into his arm, as though it couldn't get close enough to him. Lionel could even faintly feel it trying to break free of its gold-grade shackles to truly become a life-grade treasure. It could never have expected that the puny sixth-dimensional existence that had claimed it could possibly give it such a surprise. It's still copying, though, Lionel thought to himself lightly. Without the foundation of the dwarven race's protective formation, Lionel knew that he wouldn't have been able to succeed. While it all sounded impressive, the truth was that Lionel's actual input was minimal. All he really did was give the formation a new form. It was almost like he had stitched together pieces and limbs from different corpses and called it life. One only need to look at the materials to understand. He had used so many seventh-dimensional materials, an entire building's worth, and yet the strength output was still sixth-dimensional. Of course, a part of the problem was the fact that these seventh-dimensional materials weren't perfectly curated toward this sort of result. After all, they were just designed for use as the parts of a building. However, Lionel still wasn't satisfied, even as his points jumped up by millions with every attack. His head suddenly turned in a certain direction, and the paw of the horned dragon rose up, slapping the javelin out of the air. Bang! A huge shock wave wiped out another troop of demons. "Kill," Lionel said lightly. The horned dragon pursed its lip and spit outward. A bullet of fire squeezed into a thin line rocketed through the air, collapsing the sound barrier and superheating the air. It tore through the core of a building without a single sound, leaving a hole so small it was almost impossible to see. But then, boom! The beam collided with the ground, a dome of fire imploding and rising into the air. The horned dragon raised its head, ignoring all the attack that collided with its neck, the ringing sound of metal rebounding off of metal dancing through the air. The dragon sunk down into the ground as the fireball above it suddenly doubled in size. And then it sunk down once again as the fireball doubled in size once more. The mass of the fireball grew, so large and so dense that it seemed to have formed a warped gravitational pull of its own, complex runes beginning to form at the mouth of the horned dragon. The human-class demons no longer hesitated, turning tail to run. They seemed to realize at that moment that the worst thing they could have done was gather up in such a large group. It was as though they had all prepared themselves on a platter for Lionel, begging him to kill them. Unfortunately, it was too late. The city stood razed to the ground. Or maybe it was more accurate to say that it was flattened. It seemed as though only one building had survived at all, and Lionel's point stood out at over 300 billion. Such an exaggerated total was one the other youths of the human-class sector could only look at in silence. How had they been this unlucky? What they didn't know was that they weren't the only ones to suffer. In fact, they probably wouldn't be the last either. Lionel had already gone through the middle class, the high class, and now the human class. There was still one more waiting for him. But first he wanted to see if he could find what he was looking for. Originally, he had ignored all the technique shops because he knew they wouldn't have what he needed. Now that he had so many points, though, it would be a shame if he didn't at least check. There was no telling what kind of variables might be waiting in the fiend class sector. Very soon, Lionel was happy he did. It really is here. He flipped the book in his hands. Dreamforce Mantra. Chapter 1563. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 1563. 3 hours if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel knew what he was missing, and that was dream runes. The reason he had been able to make the horned dragon so powerful was precisely because he had so many formed runes for his Scarlet Star 4 stars. Lionel knew that if he wanted the strength and stamina necessary to succeed in his plan, he would need more Dream Force than he currently had, and much more powerful Dream Force at that. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing that he could do about this. After all, though his mind was technically in the 7th dimension thanks to his starry-tailed fox lineage factor, it was shackled by his mind to too great of an extent. If he wanted to mitigate this weakness, he could rely on his body. It was too weak of a vessel. The first possibility was to bring his metal body to the 6th dimension as well. That would likely help strengthen his mind once more. But Lionel knew that this increase wouldn't be as exaggerated as his initial breakthrough. Whether it was body or mind, neither was as important as a fundamental change to your nodes. Now, however, there was another path for him to take, and that was to comprehend dream runes. Lionel felt that his dream affinity was so high that so long as he meditated in silence for 2 weeks, he would be able to reach his goals, but he simply didn't have that kind of time left. Aina's words had been a great warning to him. If any other 6th-dimensional existence said they couldn't sense the limits of an old monster like Ophelia, it only made sense. But when someone with such high life force affinity said it, it was a different matter entirely. There likely weren't any tricks Lionel could pull off to deal with Ophelia. That meant that the only option to not step foot out of the city at all. But in order to do that, he needed a shortcut to comprehend his dream runes, and he had just found it. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, right in the middle of the shop, Lionel sat cross-legged. Aina didn't say a word and simply watched over him as the book began to rise and flip before him. Lionel sunk into a state of meditation almost instantly. Right then, 3 silvery stars projected out from his body, growing so large and all-encompassing that the building began to sway. Avarice, who was still whispering calming words to Ophelia in hopes that she would remain calm, almost shot out of his seat again. When he saw the Dreamforce stars, he almost choked on air. From the beginning until now, Lionel had never manifested even a single one of his stars, but suddenly seeing it before them all now, Avarice felt like he couldn't breathe properly. And right then, for the very first time, Ophelia's expression also changed, her eyes widening and her heart skipping a beat. Lionel had no idea the kind of commotion he had just caused, but he was already in a state of incomparable focus. He muttered the mantra of the booklet, his comprehension of dimensional cleanse, making it far easier for him to grasp. The book used a concept that he was already familiar with, auspicious air. This auspicious air, in particular, seemed capable of calling forth an especially focused mind toward Dreamforce in particular. It made the vague outline of runes you could sense when you absorbed force feel all the more real and tangible. In just a few seconds, all 3 of Lionel's stars had formed their base star runes, and, as though a snowball gathering momentum down a hill, they began to accumulate faster and faster. With every stroke, Lionel's mind became clearer, his mind faster, and his thoughts sharper. His consciousness became stronger, and the vague awakening of his soul that he had experienced so long ago now only became more prominent. Lionel quickly formed 9 base runes, and they fused into one. Without even a breath to pause, another set of 9 formed, creating 2 great runes, then 3, then 4. When 9 were formed, the great runes fused once again. The sharper Lionel's mind became, the quicker his lips moved, and the faster the great runes accumulated. Anna's expression flickered. Although she couldn't quite understand what was happening, her heart raced completely out of control. There was a feeling weighing down on her, a feeling of such overwhelming familiarity that her eyes began to water beside themselves. She couldn't seem to control it at all, and the tears only came faster. However, she also didn't want to blink, as though if she did, she would suddenly miss everything. And it was exactly then that it happened once more. Snap! The sound echoed throughout the world, even more forceful than the last. Many felt their eardrums pop, their ears beginning to leak blood and, in the worst cases, flesh. Avra's and Ophelia's expression changed once again, but this time it had very little to do with Lionel, or so they thought. Their heads snapped in a certain direction, and without hesitation, they both shot forward, Ophelia's speed so fast that she left a blazing trail to her back, leaving Avra's in her dust. However, despite this, Avra's didn't even have the time to smile bitterly. He could only urge himself forward even faster. Not long after the 2 vanished, the pavilion head of the Starforce Pavilion and others in the know also shot out, leaving streaking meteors in the skies. It was as though what was happening in the city no longer mattered at all. Lionel's brows remained relaxed, one rune after another forming in quick succession. He didn't feel a bottleneck come any time. Over 1,000 runes had already formed, and the number only kept growing, shooting over the 6,000 rune mark and surpassing his Scarlet Star Force and becoming the first to form 9 grand runes. However, even then it didn't slow. In fact, it didn't slow until Lionel had formed 59,049 runes, fusing them into 9 exalted runes. Only then did he finally run into a bottleneck he couldn't push past. But those who understood runes and how they function understood just what this meant. 9 exalted runes. This was the pinnacle of the 7th dimension. Lionel's eyes opened, and he snatched the booklet out of the air. "How long has it been?" Lionel asked, feeling that his sense of time had distorted. 3 hours, Aina replied. "All right, let's go claim the top prize and go to the Fiend class sector. Then, we can get out of here." Chapter 1564. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 1564. Missing? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. What do you see? Lionel looked over toward Aina, a bit curious. She had already received a gold tablet, so Lionel wanted to know what else this system would deem appropriate for her. I see another gold tablet, but I don't think I really need this one. Lionel blinked. Are you just saying that? Or do you really not need it? Lionel looked at her skeptically. Just from a small bit he understood about these weird tablets, they were all incredibly valuable in one way or another. He felt that she was just saying so to make sure that he didn't sacrifice another opportunity to her. No, really, Aina laughed. It's about force pill, crafting, and methods on how to do so, but I don't really need those kinds of constraints. I trained under a master in Valiant Heart Mountain, but I didn't like the experience very much. In fact, I felt it restricted what I could do the moment I got bogged down by convention and rules. I feel freer to do as I please when I don't have to worry about restraints like that at all. Lionel nodded, believing what Aina was saying. She had, indeed, not tried to find another master since leaving Valiant Heart Mountain. In fact, if not for his plans to deal with the Green Thread faction, she wouldn't have even bothered to go and register with their Force Pill faction. Aina's ability index had always been enigmatic to Lionel. It didn't appear in any of the records of the Dimensional Verse, so he assumed it had to be a unique ability index that hadn't appeared before. What was truly odd about it was that it was hard to tell where her ability index ended and where her blood sovereign abilities began, or if they were one and the same or separate. It also made it especially difficult because her Brazinger family lineage factor also seemed to fuse so well with it as well. Lionel had realized long ago that this was actually why Aina was so powerful. Not only were her individual abilities powerful on their own, but their synergy was on a completely different level. Unlike Lionel, who had many powerful abilities that weren't very related to one another at all, even if you told Lionel that Aina actually had just a single ability that manifested in different ways, he just might believe it. The way Lionel saw it, Aina's ability index was her subconscious understanding of her body that could translate to a conscious control of it. This allowed her to understand exactly how to train, and it was also rooted in a sensitivity to life force. Her blood sovereignty gave her control over blood force, which was the perfect conduit for life force, which was often inaccessible to most. In addition, it multiplied life force affinity in addition to allowing the sensitive control she had over her own life force to extend to her mind and its coercive effects at the same time. Best the cherry on top was her Brazinger family lineage factor, Berserk God, which was once again rooted in an instinctual control of the body. This came with great bodily strength, battle sense, rebirth, and an innate affinity for all weapons. When these things came together, it was easy to mistake the effect of one for the other. But it was also precisely because of this that their combined effects were so great. Lionel also had the feeling that Aina had just scratched the surface of her potential. Her most powerful ability was probably her blood sovereignty, just judging by how much people seemed to want to get at her for it. But it was also the ability she avoided using the most likely because of those very same reasons. Now, however, she had all the reason in the world to dive head first into this new world. And she had even less to worry about with Lionel by her side. Really, go ahead. Aina pushed Lionel forward. Okay, I believe you. Lionel laughed and snatched the silver tablet that was ahead, claiming the top prize for himself. He felt an exceptionally strong urge overwhelm him the moment he touched it. It was even stronger than when he picked up the bronze tablet. His starry-tailed fox lineage factor seemed to want to evolve. However, Lionel was very reluctant. The starry spirit domain was far too useful to him, and the next lineage factor was the twinkling light bear, which was a lot like the white stone elephant in that it focused greatly on strength rather than the mind and speed. Of course, it had a wisdom branch as well, but unless Lionel took time to meditate on the tablet, he couldn't guarantee what the effects of this new lineage factor would be. Although an 8th-dimensional lineage factor sounded far better than a 7th-dimensional one, if it didn't fit well with his battle style, it could instead be a detriment. The starry-tailed fox could have actually been a regression for him since he didn't have the matching techniques. But because it synergized so well with his ability index, the benefits had far outweighed the drawbacks. However, there was no telling if the twinkling light bear would give him the same benefits. Lionel carefully put the silver tablet away. As far as he saw it, if he was going to take the chance to take on a new lineage factor, he would choose the dark attributes first. At least they shouldn't interfere with his current abilities. At the same time, though, something was nagging at the back of Lionel's mind. All of these tablets carried techniques and were a lot like his Luxnix family's bronze tablet. But why was it that they didn't even seem to be in the same realm as the silver tablet he received from the Valiant Heart Zone? The gap felt impossibly large. One could break through bottlenecks, break the fundamental laws of physics that govern the world, and even resurrect the dead, and the others seemed capable of passing down techniques. Even if the techniques and lineage factors were powerful, it felt far too lacking in comparison. What was he missing here? Chapter 1565, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 49 seconds p.m. Chapter 1565. Toppled if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel shook his head. The real reason he asked Aina what she saw was to see if there would be anything like that silver tablet of his. But it seemed that the answer was no. Because Aina's father's bronze tablet seemed to share similar abilities, he had been tricked into thinking that they were far more common than he originally assumed. But what if that wasn't the case? What if it was just a coincidence that he just so happened to run into another such tablet? Regardless, there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. He would only have one more opportunity to check the top prizes, and he didn't even have any intention of fighting for it. The Fiend class was simply beyond him right now. Not only was the talent far greater, their realms and tiers were too far beyond him. As powerful as Lionel's Dream Force had become, his ability index still didn't allow it to project outside of his body. So, he was unable to use it to affect others. Even if they entered the range of his starry spirit domain, at most he'd just be able to show them what was in his dream world. These were the restraints of his ability index, and he would simply need to learn to accept them. Best, however, that wasn't to say that the results were lackluster. In fact, Lionel's Tier 4 control ability index had become so powerful now that he could hardly believe it. He even had a certain hypothesis, which, if found to be correct, could change everything for him. But for now, there were other things to deal with first. Okay, let's go. One more stop. Aina accepted Lionel's hand and nodded as well. Before the pair left, Lionel made sure to trade for a Vital Star Force mantra. His weakest affinity was in it, so without such a mantra, he didn't know how long it would take him to truly master Vital Star Force. As for a Scarlet Star Force mantra, he didn't need one. Why would he? He already had the complete rune in his right kidney. Compared to a mantra, this was even more valuable. With the current strength of his mind, it was only a matter of time before he also brought his Scarlet Star Force to the pinnacle of the 7th dimension as well. Of course, there was another problem, and that was that this place didn't even have a Scarlet Star Force mantra, even if he did want to trade for it. What was truly lamentable was that there wasn't a Void Star Force mantra either. It seemed that his hypothesis would have to work out if he wanted anything more than the bare-boned ability of those two stars currently in his ethereal glabella. The good news was that Lionel was able to trade for a Blood Force and Life Force mantra for Aina. Each cost billions, but it was a worthwhile investment. He would definitely have Aina start mastering Dimensional Cleanse as quickly as possible, so she would soon need them. This did make Lionel wonder, though. Dream Force and Life Force were at least as valuable as Void Star Force and Scarlet Star Force. So why were the former two present, but the latter two weren't? There was probably something else about this that Lionel didn't quite understand. But he hoped that there would be a Void Star Force to trade for in the coming sector. Lionel and Aina entered the Fiend-class sector not long afterward, but they were surprised to find that there wasn't a city here at all where they thought they would find one. Instead, it was like they were transported right into the demon world. Lionel's brows furrowed. Shit, it wasn't like they were transported, they really had been. It seemed that the battlefield for the Fiend-class sector was the real demon world. But that was a huge problem. "What's wrong?" Aina asked, worried. "If we're here, it makes my plan more difficult. The spatial barriers around here would make the calculations much more difficult to pin down, and it makes it worse that there's this evolved anarchic force in the air. The materials I've already gathered only have a 20% chance of working in this place. We would need to return to the human world to give ourselves the best chance." Hearing this, Aina's brows also furrowed. There were too many enemies outside. Even setting aside Ophelia and whatever organizations that might be pissed by their monopolization of 3 different top prizes, Lionel still hadn't forgotten about the Olidarch family. His original plan for revenge was to just let them deal with the fallout of this matter. But now, it seemed that he would have to face them head-on. It was already too late to adjust his original plan. To make matters worse, because they were currently in this place, there was no huge amount of high-dimensional materials for Lionel to use to form another construct. Lionel had already abandoned the previous one because he knew it wasn't powerful enough to move the needle in the Fiend-class sector. It would just drag them down and make them a huge target. But now, he almost regretted that decision. Some protection would be better than none. Lionel took a breath and exhaled, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl and his mind cooling down. The issue with thinking so fast was that you also thought of all of the potential problems all at once as well. It was helpful sometimes, but it was often easy to overanalyze as well. Were they in danger of death? Yes. Was it likely, though? Not with him here. Lionel's expression went cold. All at once, both he and Aina manifested their weapons, turning in the same direction at once. The ground rumbled and the trees toppled over, a lumbering 4-meter-tall figure walking forward slowly. Everything in its path was flattened, crushed like weeds. Chapter 1566. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 47 seconds p.m. Chapter 1566. Fiend-class demon. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The creature was humanoid, but it was very clearly not human. It was covered in black fur and scales, alternating like some sort of elaborate armor, though it was very clearly a part of the creature's body. Its arms were so long that even though it walked completely upright without the slightest slouching of its back, it could easily grab its own thick shins. In fact, its hands were 3 times the size they should have been, capable of wrapping around its own thighs as though they were instead its wrists. Its feet were just as overly large, the claws on it, and its hands glistening with a dripping neon green liquid that made the ground sizzle with every drop. Its head had 4 black horns coursing with green veins that carried down to its oddly human-looking face. That is, you ignored its large tusks that seemed to grow like a 5th and 6th horn. This was no doubt a fiend-class demon. Just the power of its body alone made the air tremble and quake. Thick trees Lionel and Aina would have trouble cutting down with their weapon falling over just from a casual touch of its hip or knee. Best Lionel's expression steeled. He sent a gaze toward Aina, and she nodded lightly. A low shout came from Lionel's lips, his body exploding forth with a vibrant white-gold light. 3 tails appeared to his back, and his hair became like a flowing river of white. His pupils dilated, and his 3 starry domains manifested all at once. At the same time, Aina slapped a gourd that hung to her hip. She had learned her lesson, and Lionel hadn't let her leave the human-class sector without oceans' worth of human-class demon blood. In an instant, their domains seemed to meld into one, their minds connecting via Lionel's starry spirit domain. Then, without waiting for the fiend-class demon to approach any closer, they shot forward as one, Lionel's skin beginning to glow with vibrant bronze runes that erupted into a fiery blue glow. Clang! 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 Lionel pierced forward with all his might, Aina swinging down her axe as an eruption of blood force poured forward. The fiend-class demon seemed to suddenly awaken, its green gaze meeting theirs. A shudder couldn't help but run up their spines. There was a complete lack of humanity within those eyes. Lionel had a feeling that if he managed to burn it alive, like those human-class demons, it wouldn't even make a single sound. It would just continue staring at him as its last bits of life slowly waned. Bang! Bang! The fiend-class demon's palms swept upward as though it was flipping a table. Just its sudden explosive action made the wind collapse like a clap of thunder, the air pressure alone making Lionel and Aina feel as though all their forward momentum was about to be halted. An irresistible force slapped at their weapons, their arms trembling and threatening to shatter into pieces as they were forced stumbling backward. The fiend-class demon tilted its head. It still seemed half asleep, as though its mind was running as fast as it could try and understand how it had suddenly ended up in the middle of a battle. "Support me," Lionel said, his arms still trembling. His gaze turned frighteningly cold, a purple aura wafting out from it. It swept out in all directions, gaining a tinge of crimson as it crushed the fear he had been feeling. An overwhelming confidence stifled the aura of the fiend-class demon's presence. Lionel held his spear forward, a radiant blue star appearing to his back. Star fusion. The wild white gold and radiant blue, flame-like force fused into one, forming a tempest of wild winds around Lionel. A laugh that resounds in the face of death. A smile that shines in the face of despair. A blade that strikes through the greatest defense. Lionel's spear force released a howl, wrapping around his spear so densely that it almost took the form of a vibrant violet gold lance. At the same moment, Aina's blood force surged, enveloping Lionel and his blade, dancing with one another and intertwining in a delicate balance. Lionel's star fusion erupted, a blaze of crimson coating it and tainting it into an almost fiery red. Star fusion, combustion. Lionel roared, his eyes flashing as an avalanche of destruction runes as he pierced forward. The land beneath his spear split in two, the skies above it trembling. To his back, Aina's lips parted, her chest standing proudly as she released a sonorous call. The resonant cry seemed to infuse itself into Lionel's domains, increasing their strength twofold, and then threefold, and then fourfold. At that moment, the fiend-class demon suddenly awakened from its slumber, but Lionel's spear was already right before it. Bang! Lionel's eyes widened as his spear was stopped. The tip sparked against the chest of the fiend-class demon as though metal was meeting metal. At the same time, the two large hands of the demon clasped down around his spear shaft, trying to stop it in its tracks. Lionel's eyes widened with a flash, a roar leaving his lips. His dream world completely enveloped the fiend-class demon, his mind creating a perfect replica and seeing through its weaknesses in an instant. His stance shifted slightly, and the fiend-class demon seemed to stumble. The sparks that flew turned to a churning tornado of blood as Lionel took another strong step forward. Huh! Lionel's muscles bulged, and crimson that had fused with his bronze runes grew into an even greater fiery red. His spear tore through the chest of the fiend-class demon, twisting and ripping its flesh like a vicious blender. Bang! A beam of energy shot through its body, exiting out the back and continuing into the distance. All the land that was around it was torn to shreds, as though a meteor had landed upon it and skidded along the ground. Lionel exhaled a heavy breath, his chest heaving as the fiend-class demon fell over slowly, a hole the size of 3 heads sitting right in the middle of its torso. This is a lower fiend-class demon? A lower fiend-class demon at tier 1 of the 6 star? Lionel could hardly believe it. Chapter 1567. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 46 seconds p.m. Chapter 1567. Demon Force Pills. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel took another breath and his body calmed entirely. His vitality and recovery ability with Vital Star Force was on a completely different level. However, his frown had hardly weakened. The jump up to human class was already quite deep. The only reason it had felt easy was because he had been able to rely on a near seventh-dimensional construct. But the jump to fiend class was even steeper. This was the first time he was meeting someone, or rather, something that was at the exact same level as him, and yet if not for his tag team with Aina, who knew what kind of state he would have been in if he had been fighting alone. Just when he probably used at least 50 to 60% of what he was capable of. In reality, the only trump cards he hadn't used were his ability index and his Scarlet Star Force. Although he had other things he hadn't brought out, he felt like only those two would have made an exceptional difference. And even then, he still had to use his ability index a bit in the end. This isn't going to work, not like this. There was definitely a location around here, somewhere where Lionel and Aina would be able to trade in their points for items. However, they would have to travel through this world to find it first, and that would mean placing themselves in a great amount of danger. However, it had to be done. There was already no going back. Lionel closed his eyes and took another breath, his mind calming. "Can you refine it?" Lionel opened his eyes and turned to Aina. "It shouldn't be an issue. Though I haven't done it before." Aina hadn't spent her time reading books like Lionel had. For one, it was more difficult for her to pick up the language in the first place, so she had spent most of her time as a maid, as a mute. Only after she grasped the language did she begin to talk again. But she still hadn't quite learned how to read. She was only able to understand what the tablets had in store for her thanks to a subtle sort of feeling they had given her. So, it was safe to say that Lionel actually knew a lot more about this world than she did. In fact, she was quite shocked by Lionel's ability to manifest stars like the people of this subdimensional zone. But it hadn't been an appropriate time to ask. Over a year ago, she had entered the Silver Empire's subdimensional zone, and that event had taught her that the people of the zone could be greatly hostile when they found out that you weren't of their kind. It made sense with the likes of the Silver Empire, since they had purposely distorted their zones to protect their secrets, and since it was hard to tell exactly what kind of zone they were in right now, it was best to keep that sort of stuff under wraps. So although she had felt surprise, she didn't show it outwardly, and she refrained from talking to Lionel too much about these things just in case power individuals were listening in and could grasp their own language just as quickly as Lionel had grasped theirs. Lionel deduced much of this, so he wasn't too confused by Aina's actions. Instead, he just explained, "Demons are a danger in this world, but they're also a great resource as well. You remember how beast crystals can be used to evolve your ability index, if you're compatible with it?" Aina nodded. This had once been a very big deal on Earth, but she and Lionel never really got to participate. This was because their abilities were either too rare or too powerful to gain much help from absorbing beast crystals. However, in the infancy of the metamorphosis, many of Earth fought over such things. In fact, they were likely still fighting over it. Lionel and Aina simply hadn't found beasts useful enough to them. Earth was the only place they had been to with talented enough beasts to catch their eye. But then the problem became the rarity of their abilities. And now, they had very quickly outgrown Earth and its beasts, so they were of little help to them. That said, Lionel had helped his brothers to absorb a few beast crystals of their own after the war against the oceanic creatures. For example, Gil. Gil was originally a lightning affinity speedster. However, Lionel helped him absorb that odd crimson lightning beast crystal, and with the help of the silver tablet, he maximized the evolution. Now, Gil was not only a speedster, but he also had far stronger offensive outputs than he did in the past. Demons can be of great help with this as well, but they're even more all-encompassing. They can help to improve ability indexes, lineage factors, and can even be used to just solidify your foundations and strengthen your constitution. According to what I read, because they're born and raised in this anarchic force, their flesh has been tempered by the rule-breaking abilities of anarchic force, and they can bypass some of the restrictions of the regulator. Humans can gain some of these benefits by refining demons, and depending on the mode of refinement, you can benefit in different ways. However, taking this path is also highly dangerous unless you can guarantee the expulsion of the anarchic force. Usually, demon force pills will always have a small amount of anarchic force with them that act as a toxin. If you consume too many in a short period of time, it can lead to backlash. In some cases, you will enter a period of sickness. In some other cases, you'll end up partially or permanently crippled. And in the worst cases, you can die or become demonized. In fact, the reason the human class is called the human class is precisely because of this. Many of them are, or descendants of demonized humans. So it's better to give up a greater percentage in exchange for better purity. Lionel nodded. Okay, they'll protect you then. It probably won't take long, Aina said lightly. At least not with my method. Aina reached out a hand, and all the blood within the demon's body was suddenly rushed upward. With its consciousness already faded to black, there was nothing to fight back against her. It was as easy as breathing to do this. Very quickly, the blood formed a sphere half the size of Aina's body. Her eyes became unprecedentedly focused, and her irises flashed with a blinding golden color. For a moment, it felt as though an empress had descended, the laws of the world bending to her whims. The blood force rushed back down and enveloped the dried carcass of the fiend-class demon. In the blink of an eye, the sickening sound of crushed bone rang out, and the humanoid form of the demon was compressed into a small ball half the original size of the ball of blood. Aina closed her eyes. Her cherry lips separated as she exhaled. A crimson glow wrapped around her body, and her throat moved slightly, a low hum coming from her lips. Lionel's brows shot upward. He had been mostly paying attention to the surroundings, but when he heard Aina begin to hum, he felt his heart shudder. Her look toward his girlfriend's side profile, not knowing what to think for a long time. As he was in a daze, the ball of blood continued to condense, the resonance of her hum seeming to coax it gently into a smaller and smaller form. When it halved in size once more, it began to glow a radiant energy, and there were even some runes that began to appear. It only took Lionel a single look to realize that these runes were actually the ones that had given the demon strength throughout its life. According to what he had read, only the best force pill crafters were able to recover these runes after the death of a demon, and usually it took several days of patient refining to reach this point. But how long had it been exactly? A few minutes? Maybe 3 or 4 at maximum. Lionel was someone that was very hard to impress. The only person who had thoroughly gained his acknowledgement in his life was his father. He found it hard to place anyone else on the same pedestal, even if it was himself. He couldn't remember having ever been awed like this by anyone else. However, Aina had somehow taken a concept of resonance in music, one that he hadn't even fully grasped yet, and incorporated it into a medium it seemed to have no business being a part of. It was as though she was always able to seamlessly apply anything she learned in countless facets of her life. And as shocked Lionel was, those who still remained in the clouds above were even more so. Their minds went completely blank. Chapter 1569, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 42 seconds p.m. Chapter 1569. Final hurdle: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel had already realized that music and its resonance abilities were far more fundamental to life, and all there was than it had initially seemed to him. But watching Aina apply it to so many things only enlightened him further. Still, he really wanted to understand what was so special about music. Lionel wasn't sure. The best he could think was that only in the presence of things could music exist. It was a vibrational energy that couldn't exist within the vacuum of space. In fact, in Lionel's many battles in space, unless he dispersed his force to allow music to have a medium by which to travel through, there wouldn't be a single sound at all. And maybe that was precisely what was so beautiful about it. Still, it was easy to say that, but Lionel didn't feel like he truly understood. Wasn't light even more omnipresent than even music? Let alone a medium. Light wasn't restricted by anything aside from the darkness of a black hole. It could easily travel through the darkness of space without an issue, and it was also the fastest substance in all of existence. While music might be a sign that there was something there, light was a sign that there was something out there. It was only the difference of a single word, but the difference was as vast as a chasm. As amazing as resonant sound was, shouldn't resonant light be even more unfathomable? Was that why the artistry of painting was the final step in his grandfather's spearmanship? Or was he overthinking it? Was the final step really about light resonance? Or was it more akin to the lines of poetry which were meant to allude to a certain artistic conception? No, it's life. It all goes back to that. In the end, that's what the value of artistic conception is. It's not in the art, but in the real-world aspects that it calls upon. Lionel had already figured this out the moment he picked up his quasi-life grade force quill. But watching Aina had made him second-guess himself for a moment. However, after a moment, he realized that there was nothing contradictory about his thoughts at all. His poetry gave his spear a conception, and his calligraphy brought it to life. His music would resonate with a conception, and his stroke would bring it to life. His brush brought light to a conception, and his spear would breathe life into it. That give and take, that sort of balance, that was the true hidden strength behind spear force. No, behind any weapon force. No, maybe behind any force at all. What Lionel was missing wasn't this comprehension. Thanks to his force quill and his force art mastery, he had been able to grasp this and understand the underlying belly of his grandfather's wishes. What was missing was how he could take this and transform it into a sovereign spear and a sovereign bow. The moment Lionel had heard Silen's words just hours ago, Lionel realized that in his world, there existed people who went by spear and bow sovereigns. It also seemed that this title of sovereign described many important things like Aina's bow sovereignty or Little Blackstar's shadow sovereignty. What both Aina and Blackstar shared, that Lionel seemed to lack, was an absolute dominion over their force. Whether it was blood force for Aina or dark force for Blackstar, their abilities could almost be classified as omniscient in just this particular path. Lionel had a hypothesis that this was the true end goal of his spear domain ring, to bring his spear force to the level of true spear sovereigns. It was trying to birth such a talent within him, and if he was correct about it, then this also meant that the secret to what he was missing was found in its very name. Spear domain. When Lionel took another large step forward in his spear force, what happened? He had finally managed to form his absolute spear domain, a domain that appeared to protect him even without his conscious effort. In fact, it was as effortless as Aina's control of blood or Blackstar's control over the shadows. However, Silen had been right. There was still something missing from it, and that was once again found in another name. Sovereignty. When Lionel first grasped true state universal force, allowing him to apply universal force to whatever it was he chose instead of having to comprehend each piece individually, a large qualitative change had taken place within him. That day, his life had been on the line as he faced Lionel, his supposed dark prisoner copy. Thanks to this sudden breakthrough, he managed to survive, and he comprehended the truest form of universal force. It was this comprehension that also allowed him to have the combat prowess he did now. And what was it that he had come to understand that day? It was simple, that the true path of universal force, the true path of domains, was that of a king. He had understood this so long ago, years ago, in fact. So what was it that was holding him back? Why was it that he couldn't seem to take this final step? With his current speed of thought, Lionel thought through countless possibilities, but he eventually landed on a single one. 93% likelihood, mutation of King's Might. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Why was it that it had been so easy for him to grasp his grandfather's teachings? In just 10 months, he had reached complete mastery in poetry and calligraphy. He was only restricted by his dimension. If not for this, he could say grandiose words like, "This strike will split the world in two." But if he tried to do that, his body would combust before he could even pierce with his spear. A part of the reason was his ability index, specifically Dream Class. But truthfully, that was only maybe 20% of the reason. The remaining 80% was actually his king's might lineage factor. King's might allowed Lionel to take his will and project it out into the world, giving it tangible form. This made his artistic conceptions far more powerful, and it made it very easy for him to visualize them. The threshold he needed to meet was far below the threshold others would need to meet as a result. However, Lionel's king's might was a mutation of his mother's emperor might. It wasn't exactly the same. In addition, Lionel had fused his king's might projection with his comprehension of destruction, further altering it from its original path. And now, Lionel seemed to realize that it was precisely this that had led him astray. Best his king's might was no longer pure. It might even be more accurate to call it destruction's might. It was also no wonder why all his poetry and calligraphy just seemed to be more and more powerful attacks. There was a lack of fluidity and variety among them. How could he have variety when the projection of his will only wanted to destroy? It might be fine if in the future Lionel chose to make his king's might focus on destruction, but he had skipped too many steps. He had still yet to grasp exactly what it meant to be a sovereign. So how could he now pick and choose what to be a sovereign of? Lionel's heartbeat slowed to a crawl as he understood what he had to do. Somehow, he needed to find a way to reset his king's might. Only then could he leap across this final hurdle. Chapter 1570. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 1570. Gulp. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Aina exhaled a breath, and 2 force pills landed in her palms. Just looking from a distance, Lionel could see her veins pulsing and her muscles straining. It made him wonder just how heavy those force pills had to be to make the likes of Aina struggle to hold them up. She turned, handing one over to Lionel, who immediately got his wish. His feet sunk into the ground, and his back threatened to curl over. He was instantly forced to flex every muscle of his body, and only then was he able to hold it up. Lionel's expression flickered, a somewhat incredulous look in his eye. He hadn't quite felt just how heavy the fiend-class demon had been when he was fighting it, but now that he thought about it, for it to have withstood the first attack like that and force him to pour so much more into it, it could only mean that it had quite some heft to it in addition to its strength. Lionel was quite used to having a heavy body. Although the Morales family lineage factor was the best defensive lineage factor the human domain had to offer precisely, because it mitigated many of the drawbacks defensive lineage factors usually had, it still wasn't absolutely perfect. However, because Lionel had the starry-tailed fox lineage factor, he could rely on its speed branch to completely eliminate those effects while also benefiting from powerful body. Still, this fiend-class demon put him to shame. The difference was so large that it was hard to fathom. We should probably only refine these one at a time. You go first, I'll stand guard, Lionel said. Aina nodded. It won't take me a long time, just a few seconds. Since the foundation is built on blood force, it's not difficult for me to assimilate it all. After she said this, Aina's strength surged as she pushed the pill in her mouth without even the slightest bit of preparation. Bang! The ground beneath her feet warped, the heavy sound of the pill colliding with her stomach causing both her and Lionel to wince. Just the act of eating this pill was actually so dangerous. To try and accommodate such weight with your fragile inner organs took a level of unfathomable strength. One couldn't even think about eating such a pill unless you already had a certain amount of strength. Luckily, Aina was able to slow the descent of the pill by controlling it as she would blood force. Aina's appetite was probably even larger than Lionel's own. With how much control she had over her body, even speeding up her digestion wasn't the slightest issue. In the blink of an eye, the pill was already half its original size, and the bloody path of Aina's veins began to project onto her skin. Her face, hands, neck, and every other portion of her body that Lionel could see with his eyes were covered in these pulsing veins. However, unlike how it had been when Aina's curse was still active, these veins were actually carrying a large amount of vitality all throughout her body. Because Aina was within the range of Lionel's starry spirit domain currently, He had a perfect read on absolutely everything going on inside of her right now. It could be said that she was, for all intents and purposes, completely naked in Lionel's eyes right now. He could see everything. Although the two hadn't been intimate in that way for years now, a small barrier still separating them. Aina didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Her guard against Lionel was the lowest it could possibly be. If not for Lionel's own thoughts, these matters wouldn't even be necessary to consider. That said, Lionel's mind wasn't on such things right now. He was paying keen attention to what was happening inside of Aina's body, so that he could understand how best to absorb his own force pill as well. After all, he didn't have Aina's instincts in this regard. At the same time, he wanted to get a tangible feel for exactly what changes were occurring. Aina's veins were pulsing, and the rampant vitality was quickly shredding and reforming every piece of her body that it could get its hands on. Her muscles became more prominent, but they were just as quickly tightly reined in and tenderized. While their density increased, their size seemed to remain just the same. At the same time, large amounts of energy were quickly running out of places to go, so they attacked Aina's fat stores. Her breasts and her bottom exploded in size first, and then came her thighs and her belly, before finally her face as well. But just like her muscles before them, Aina just as quickly reined in this wild energy, forcing it out and compressing it. Her organs began to glow with a lustrous light, and her body shrank back down to its original size. However, the glistening light of her skin told a completely different tale. Aina's body underwent this very same cycle again and again, dozens of times in less than half a minute. It was as though she was a bodybuilder undergoing a continuous bulking and cutting phase, but Lionel could tell that what was actually happening was far more profound. In the final phase, even Aina's teeth and nails fell out, only to grow back brighter and more beautiful. And then, her eyes snapped open. She exhaled a dark, foggy breath, the ground beneath her feet having long since spread out into countless spiderweb-like cracks. She looked toward Lionel and smiled, a strong confidence pumping through her. Lionel smiled back. "I guess it's my turn." Lionel didn't dare to do things like Aina had, so he first sat down and took a deep breath. Then he activated his bronze runes and even fused it with his vital star force. Only after he was finished did his determination steel. With a single gulp, he swallowed the pill down. Boom! Chapter 1571. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 1571. The way if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again the moment Lionel swallowed. He began to circulate his force through his nodes in full force. This was precisely why he had chosen the particular locations he had for his force nodes. Only with this configuration could he maximize his Bodhi's ability to absorb energy. The pill hit his stomach like a boulder hitting the ocean. He hadn't eaten anything substantial in weeks, but it still felt as though he was immediately full, too full. His body tried to fight back, wanting him to throw it all back up. But even beneath his closed eyelids, his irises flashed with a wild light. Right now, if he circulated his Scarlet Star Force, this would all end in an instant. But if he did that, he would be destroying the medicinal essence of the pill. What he needed now wasn't destruction, he needed assimilation. Lionel took control of his vital star force and forced his 3 blue stars to revolve. He flooded his body, and especially his blood, with this energy. And then he locked away his 2 innate nodes and allowed vital star force to take over. The wellspring of vital star force clashed with the vitality of the pill. Lionel forced them to fuse into one, something that happened seamlessly since they were greatly compatible. And then he began to use them to rush through his body. He forced his bronze runes to widen and his muscles to accommodate more strength. He could feel his bronze runes quickly expanding. Before, when they appeared on his skin, they did so in lines about half the width of his finger and went either straight up and down or straight left and right. But now, they had increased at least 10% in size, something that felt marginal, But when before Lionel felt that he had reached the limits of his fifth-dimensional metal body, he suddenly felt now that he had more room to grow. In fact, Lionel's metal body fell somewhat in tier. From a perfect tier 9, it fell by a half and almost slipped back down to tier 8. And yet, rather than feeling as though he had grown weaker, Lionel actually felt like it was the direct opposite. In fact, he felt even stronger now than he did before. The gates of his metal synergy lineage factor rattled, a radiant halo appearing atop his head and a crown shining brightly across his forehead. The lingering crimson aura he had gained when he almost deviated also reacted quite oddly. A small strand of anarchic force appeared in Lionel's body. It was inescapable, just as Aina had said. As great of a force pill crafter as she was, it was simply impossible to create a 100% pure pill, at least not as she was. Maybe only if she was refining a fifth-dimensional demon could she do so. However, in a corner of his body that even Lionel's Tier 4 controllability index couldn't see, this crimson strand swallowed up the lingering anarchic force, even growing subtly in size before calming once again. Lionel's pale violet eyes radiated with a bright crimson light once again before it calmed. Right then, Lionel's eyes snapped open, his body feeling as though he had steel cords running through it. The power rolling through him was so oppressive that he was surprised that it was himself for a moment. This increase was more than Aina said it would be. She said 10%, but from what Lionel could tell, he had improved by at least 15%. It was a seemingly small difference, but in the grand scheme, such a difference was enormous. The pill was 50% more effective than Aina thought it would be, and he couldn't quite understand why that was. Aina tilted her head, seemingly realizing that this was the case as well. However, she only had confusion in her eyes. She didn't seem to understand the reason either. Lionel rose to his feet and punched outward. The wind whistled and air collapsed. He had put everything into that strike, and he felt that it wasn't bad. It was at least as powerful as when he used Swift to amplify his spear force. Well, if he was comparing it to before he ate the pill, that is. This meant that if he used Swift now, the results should be even more exaggerated. How long did I take? Lionel asked. About 15 minutes, Aina replied. She was actually surprised that Lionel was so fast, but she had come to understand that Vital Star Force was very useful in this situation, albeit not as useful as her blood force. Lionel nodded. There's no use in lingering on something we can't understand. We don't have a chance at the top prize here, so our main goal should just be to make it to an exchange and trade for what we need. If we can become stronger while doing so, that would be for the best. Aina nodded in agreement. This had just been a lower fiend class demon. If they wanted a chance at the top prize, they would have to be able to defeat pinnacle fiend class demons, and that just felt too far away. It was especially bad since this demon was just at tier 1 as well. Even with their rapid improvement, the gap was simply too large. Part of growing was also about understanding your limits and when to stop. This was just a zone, not their world, and they had just started their journey in comparison to the geniuses who were likely fighting here. Luckily, they had accumulated more than enough demon points in the human class sector. Lionel had thought that something like this might happen, so he went out of his way to kill far more than just 10% to ensure that they didn't meet any pitfalls. It seemed that his caution had paid off. "They'll lead the way," Lionel said. "We'll avoid all the demons we can't defeat and only target the ones we can. Even if we want benefit from absorbing all of them, if we find one compatible with our friends, we should take it down anyway." Lionel hadn't forgotten that the Morales Air Wars were coming up. His own power was progressing well, but he still had to care about his brothers, especially the ones that had yet to enter the Void Palace. Chapter 1572, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 37 seconds p.m. Chapter 1572. Risk it? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel and Aina moved with great speed. They had been unlucky to meet a fiend-class demon so early on to begin with, But with Lionel's internal sight and starry spirit domain, if they didn't want to meet one, they didn't have to. By now, Lionel's starry spirit domain no longer stretched just a mere 6 inches from himself. After his breakthrough into the 6th dimension, it had increased to over 100 meters. However, after his dream force reached the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, it went from 100 meters to over 10 kilometers. This wasn't just because of Lionel's improvement. It was related to dimensional cleanse, the assimilation of his strengths into one, and especially related to the star runes of his red gold stars. Because of his destruction runes, Lionel's innate comprehension of light force was on a completely different level than it had once been, resulting in his grasp of his starry-tailed fox's lineage factor to likewise increase by leaps and bounds. The improvement to his dream force was like a cherry on an already tall sundae. The foundation of Lionel's ability index in his mind was his dream force. With it having improved so much, the effective influence of his consciousness was almost impossible to calculate for most. As a result, Lionel could not expand the effects of his dream world to within 10 kilometers of himself. This meant that anything within this range of him could be perfectly and immediately analyzed, not to mention dream sculpted. And this was just the range without him revealing his 3 tails. If he did so, the effective range was even wider than just this much. However, 10 kilometers was already more than enough for Lionel. To grasp so much of the world at once was almost too overwhelming, even for him. It was as though the bounds of his mind had increased from just his own skull to such a large radius. Nothing could hide from him. Likewise, none of the demons could hide either. After the first encounter, Lionel took the next completely seriously, remaining very cautious. As expected, demons like the one they had met were actually quite rare. Following a pure strength path and not deviating toward any others wasn't the usual, at least not for these high-level fiend-class demons. Usually, this was something only lower-class demons would do, as their talent was limited. Fiend-class demons, however, could follow paths even more complex than humans. Wise Star Order had once said that the reason that the human race was so weak was because they followed too many paths. But ironically enough, the demons did the same, and it didn't seem to hinder their strengths in the slightest. In addition, unlike with lower-class demons, Lionel couldn't seem to find 2 fiend-class demons that were exactly the same. While Lionel's starry spirit domain only stretched out for 10 kilometers, his internal sight covered thousands with ease. With this, he could see quite a number of fiend-class demons, easily tens of thousands of them. This was more than enough for him to conclude this. Some of these fiend-class demons actually sensed him and tried to use his internal sight to track his location, but with his current capabilities, Lionel wasn't too worried. Within the range of his starry spirit domain, he could use concepts he had learned from Earth to scramble and bounce his signal. As a result, the demons had no idea where within what was effectively a 20-kilometer diameter Lionel actually was. Truth be told, 20 kilometers was quite a small distance for such creatures to cover. It was short even for Lionel and Aina, let alone these high-class demons. However, by the time they began checking where all these signals came from, Lionel and Aina would have long since moved on. In addition, after knowing that he had been sensed, Lionel obviously wouldn't continue to give him opportunities to sense him. He might not be able to project anything real into the world, but creating a fake dream clone to act as the core of his internal sight was almost too easy. Due to this, what should have been an incomparably dangerous region became a leisurely stroll for Lionel and Aina. When they met a target they could defeat, they immediately went all out and killed it. If it was compatible with them, they would refine it. If not, they would store it away. In just a few hours, Lionel and Aina had killed dozens of lower fiend-class demons. However, between the two of them, they had only absorbed 3, including the very first one they had come across. Unfortunately, these 3 weren't as good as the first one either. Aina had to purge much of their runes to leave behind only the strength-related ones, as their path was actually mixed. The truth was that most demons had strength as a base of their path. However, it was usually so tainted by other things that refining them wasn't worth it. It was much better to simply store these demons away for those who had greater compatibility with them to absorb. For example, among the dozens of demons that Lionel had stored away, there was a lightning fiend class demon that would be perfect for Gil and a blade demon that would be perfect for Joel. There was even an earth fiend class demon that Lionel could have taken for himself, but he chose to save it for Raj instead. Lionel and Aina didn't go out of their way to collect more than one demon for their friends. The both of them were already at the very edge of what was possible for a Void Palace talent, and yet just one of these pills had bettered their foundation by more than 10%. If their friends swallowed just one, the effects would be even more exaggerated and more than enough to bring them to a whole new level. As for the ones that Lionel and Aina absorbed, they aimed for demons who had at least 50% of their path built on purely strength. According to Aina, these were the best for solidifying their foundation and growing stronger. By the third day, Lionel and Aina had finally managed to find another fiend class demon as good as the first one, but this was a middle fiend class demon. And to make matters worse, it was in tier 3, not tier 1. Lionel looked toward Aina. Their minds were connected, so she already knew exactly what he was seeing. If they put their lives on the line, they just might be able to eke out a victory. By now, Lionel's foundation had improved by as much as 40%, and his bronze runes were as thick as thumbs now. They even seemed to faintly show signs of overlapping. As for Aina, her improvements were likewise great. In addition to this, if they swallowed a middle fiend class demon, especially one so perfect for one's foundation, their increase in strength should be at least 50% even if they split it between them. The question was, do they take the risk or not? Chapter 1573, published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 36 seconds p.m. Chapter 1573. Middle fiend class. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel and Aina shot forward in unison, weaving in and out of each other with a focused look in their eyes. They hadn't even exchanged a single word before they moved, a tacit understanding resonating between the both of them. Lionel's eyes flashed, 3 illusory foxtails as long as hundreds of meters appearing to his back, even as his hair grew out wildly. In one moment, there was nothing but clear and uninterrupted skies. But in the next instant, Lionel's starry spirit domain was blanketed in a dense fog. 10 kilometers in every direction, including into the sky, there appeared a fog so dense that it became impossible even to see your hand before your face. However, there was something odd about this fog. It carried with it none of the heaviness or moisture true fog should have. In fact, even when one swiped a hand at it, there was no movement at all. It was immediately clear that this was nothing more than a projected image. Lionel might not be able to create reality through his dream force, but within his dream world, he could make any image he wanted appear. With this fog here, one could forget about seeing with their eyes. However, by the same token, because Lionel couldn't affect true change in the real world, he had no ability to obstruct internal sight through his dream world. And through his interaction with these demons, he realized that unlike the Ray Packs, their internal sights were just as strong, if not stronger, than most humans he had come across. That said, how could Lionel not be ready for this possibility? His starry star domain appeared next, covering the same region and area. What the starry-tailed fox was strongest in wasn't its speed or even its mind. Rather, it was strongest in control. The instant Lionel's starry star domain appeared, countless twinkling stars appeared in the surroundings, each of them rotating with a beautiful silvery gold light. While the snowy Star Owl's foundation was built upon snow force, a pure light and star force, the starry-tailed fox built its own upon ethereal star force, a light and star force, which also contained a strong and hidden spatial force affinity. The moment these twinkling stars appeared in the surroundings, a force field of volatile space manifested. If not for the fact it was his domain to control, Lionel's internal sight would find itself being bounced around like a pinball. Distances that should have been right next to each other would feel as though they were several kilometers apart, while locations that should have been kilometers apart would feel as though they were right next to one another. It was as though someone had taken space, fragmented it into pieces, and then shuffled them about like a misfit jigsaw puzzle. The instant Lionel finished deploying this much, his final domain, the Starry Light domain, also appeared, and he vanished from Aina's side. He appeared high in the skies, a star beneath his feet, and his foggy black bow having already been drawn into a full moon position. He already knew. Every second Aina spent in close combat against that demon was another moment she might die. His mind was filled with just a single thought, a single unrelenting mantra. Kill! 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 Lionel's arrows released like a roaring dragon, a savage light glowing in his eyes. Destruction runes danced in his eyes, the very air itself collapsing around him. He had never been so singularly focused in his life. By the time Aina appeared before the creature, Lionel's arrows had already drowned it, as though the skies had been blotted out by falling meteors. Claps of thunder rang out, a volatile clash erupting. Regardless of what happened or what commotion was raised, Lionel always had an absolutely perfect picture of the middle fiend-class demon in his mind. A creature that was easily 6 meters tall and looked like a large ape wreathed in black flames instead of black fur. It looked around in confusion when its sight was cut off, and even more confusion when it realized that its internal sight was also rendered entirely useless. In fact, trying to use its internal sight made it dizzy, its mind becoming disoriented for a moment. Right then, Lionel's arrows collided with it, the pummeling strength forcing its knees to almost bend to the ground. The earth beneath its feet shattered. Caught off guard, its body almost fell entirely forward. However, Lionel, from his place high above, could tell that, let alone injured, his arrows hadn't even broken the skin of this demon ape. They had only made it stumble. In that instant, Aina appeared, a rose of blood around her. She launched attacks from all sides, unleashing everything she had. Her axe force bloomed, bathed blood. She hit forward with all her might. Dash. Look. Her battle axe glowed, its polearm bending beneath the pressure and aiming for the chin of the stumbling demon ape. Bang! The demon ape's head shot backward like a slingshot, and yet its body was so heavy that it only took a single step back. It moved its jaw from side to side, seemingly still a bit shocked that it was being attacked. One would have thought that Aina had attacked it with a blunt baseball bat instead of the sharp blade she truly had used. It didn't even seem like its mouth was bleeding. The demon ape stabilized itself, a growl escaping its lips. The force of the growl alone made Aina stumble backward, her heart shuddering. In that moment, Lionel completely abandoned his bow. It simply wasn't strong enough to make use of his new strength. His body exploded forth, and something happened that would have shocked the Elder Silent if they could actually see through the fog. 10 stars bloomed to Lionel's back, his divine armor forming about his body as his halo bounced to his feet and then back up. He roared, descending from the skies with an unbridled ferocity, his scarlet star force, stars rotating with a wild speed. And then a radiant spear appeared in his palm. Chapter 1574. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 33 seconds p.m. Chapter 1574. One word: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Bang. A familiar golden spear, marked with hexagonal scales and a harpoon-like blade appeared, its tip ripping through the air from above and right onto the demon ape's skull. This time, the demon ape had no ability to maintain its balance. Its face was crushed into the ground, a violent upswell of land rippling out in all directions as Lionel's body blazed with flames. The black flames the demon ape's body was covered in were unceremoniously swallowed, its mouth unleashing a howl of pain and horror. It swiped upward, catching Lionel in the arm and bending his body into a sickening shape. Bang! Half of Lionel's armor shattered, his ribcage collapsing and his arm becoming nothing more than sludge. The bones within were completely unrecognizable, a mess of flesh, bone, and gore. He shot back like a speeding bullet, rocketing through the air as though sent out of a compressed cannon. The harsh winds only seemed to make his injuries worse, threatening to shatter what remained of his armor and body. Aina flashed forward as Lionel was knocked backward, one hand fanning outward and the other swinging her axe with all her might down the demon ape's head. She had realized why it was that Lionel had said that this was a pure strength demon despite the fact it was wreathed in flames. These weren't normal flames. Rather, they were the manifestation of this ape's life force. It was so strong that it manifested into a tangible form that could be seen with the eyes, even hiding the demon's ape fur. The moment she saw it in action, her body, too, lit up with raging flames, the blood around her combusting with vitality that quickly coated her skin. Her spread hand gripped at the air, ripping up at the wound Lionel had made on the back of the demon ape's thick skull. A strong life force fought back against her, making it feel like an impossible tug of war to win. But it was at that moment that she unleashed a roar, the vibrant crimson flames dancing across her body and coalescing into wings on her back. Her battle axe grew in size, her jet black hair growing into a shimmering black waterfall, and a solid crimson armor manifested upon her. The gold tablet within her ethereal glabella resonated with a pulsing radiance, and together, they managed to pull out a single drop of blood from the demon ape's body. That single drop of black-red blood rushed toward Aina, crashing in her forehead and causing her body to erupt with black flames. Her vitality skyrocketed, and her body followed suit. She swung down, hard, aiming for the very same wound Lionel had originally formed. At that same moment, the demon ape was trying to rise to its feet, its power gathering in its arms and legs as it shot up. Momentum clashed against momentum. There is simply no way that a single drop of this blood could compare with the entire 6-meter-tall Bodisworth that the demon ape had. Aina knew this. So, she didn't reserve any of it, burning it all into a single, wild, and unrestrained attack. Bang! Aina's axe cut into the demon ape's skull by an entire half-inch. The roar of pain unleashed by the ape was enough to make the earth rock and quake. The ape's head was crushed into the ground, once again, Aina pressing with all the strength she could muster just to drive her axe down just another quarter-inch. And yet, she knew well that she still hadn't managed to make it to the demon ape's brain. Bang! A slight whimper left Aina's lips. The slap of the ape was simply too fast and too abrupt. Although it couldn't see or use its internal sight properly, the moment Lionel and Aina attacked, it could use its instincts to lash out at their location. By then, its speed was too fast, and they were simply too close to avoid it. Aina's crimson armor shattered completely, her body distorting almost entirely into a bloody mess. While her physical strength was on par, and often even greater than Lionel's own, when it came to physical defenses, she couldn't hold a candle to Lionel. If not for the manifestation of this crimson armor, and its strengthening until the demon ape's own blood, she very well might have been blasted into a curtain of mist with just that single slap. That said, while her body hadn't been completely vanquished, an entire half of it had been. Her arm and her leg completely disappeared as though by some sort of sick magic trick, the bloody mist that should have been left of them being dispersed under the wind pressure of the attack. Her body shot out even faster than Lionel's had, the demon ape clearly having been truly enraged this time. Lionel's eyes went red in the distance. Half his armor was gone, and one of his arms couldn't even function properly. He saw exactly what had happened to Aina, but with his senses locked onto the demon ape, he could also see that the wound they had tried so hard to make in its head was already rapidly closing. Lionel unleashed an enraged howl, his hair, eyes, and tails turning almost entirely crimson. A fiendish aura wafted out from him as his flames erupted. At that moment, his right kidney seemed to have been unleashed from its shackles, a burning sensation rushing through his body. Lionel's starry light domain activated, his body turning into nothing more than a beam of light as he flashed from several kilometers away to above the shrinking wound in a mere instant. Right this moment, Lionel simply didn't feel like speaking out a poem of words. He felt that sometimes the number of words didn't matter. Sometimes in the right moment, with the right mindset, just a single word was enough. He lifted up his one good arm, half his body bloodied gore, and the other half a cobbled mess of fractured plate armor. Die. Dash. At that instant, Lionel's spear force was no longer golden. Instead, it was a deathly crimson that bathed the world in red. Chapter 1575. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 31 seconds p.m. Chapter 1575. Read if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The entirety of Lionel's dream world reacted to his rage. It was as though an apocalypse had descended. Every living being within the range of his starry spirit domain feeling a fear that reached down to the depths of their hearts. Lionel's king's might spirit appeared before his forehead. Hovering in front of the crown, shaped bronze runes that had been forever etched onto him. His spear blazed with life and rage, the violet spirit before his forehead basking in destruction, runes that caused the space around it to tremble. For the very first time, Lionel unleashed the full force of his Scarlet Star force. It was an unreserved, crimson tide that bathed the world in fire and brimstone. It seemed as though everything that stood in its path would perish, even if that thing was the spirit used as a medium or Lionel himself. However, this time, Lionel wasn't the same weak boy he had been for so many years. He might not have grasped all of the runes he needed to, but he had already fully grasped the fifth dimension and was making headway through the sixth. In addition, Vital Star Force was pumping throughout his veins while the presence of Void Star Force tempered the backlash. In that moment, Lionel didn't care about anything other than the quickly closing wound on the back of the demon ape's head. And not for a single instant did he think of failure. Die. Bang. Lionel's spear shot through the back of the demon ape's skull, ripping right through its brain and exiting out of its face. The ground beneath him suffered a pillar of rising flames. Like a meteor falling from on high, even the sturdy earth of this world was warped and crushed. The demon ape's body convulsed. In its final moments, maybe even up until the final seconds, it couldn't believe that it had died at the hands of two such weak creatures. The battle had only lasted for barely a few seconds, and it didn't even get to make a proper exchange, but it could already feel that its brain had turned to mush. Its hand, which reached up at an awkward angle to try and slap Lionel away again, lost much of its momentum. Though it still managed to hit Lionel and even fracture more of his bones, it had simply lost too much strength to levy as much damage as it had the first time. Lionel didn't even pull his spear out of the demon ape's head. The moment he felt it break through, he hardly put any more strength into driving down any further. With his dream world constricting the region, he could tell exactly when the demon ape had reached the point of no return and had no chances remaining. So, the moment that point was reached, he abandoned everything and shot to Aina's side. With his starry light domain, it only took him a single step to reach her, and what he saw left his face warped. Aina truly was in a terrible situation. It looked as though a sword had started at her collarbone and then cut straight down. If not for her otherworldly vitality and her control over her own life force, it was likely that such an injury could have outright put her at the doors of no return. Lionel kneeled to Aina's side, his jaw clenched. Her face was entirely pale and her breathing was shallow. But at this point, she only had one lung left and a great portion of her heart had been damaged. Every breath just caused a larger and larger pool of blood to converge around her. Her healing factor couldn't keep up at all. If left like this, she would most definitely die. Aina's eyes fluttered and her lips parted slightly, but Lionel had already put his hand over her mouth before this silly woman did something as stupid as speak. Instant recovery. Lionel spoke these words in his mind, and a strong current flooded his body, every one of his own cells lighting up like a Christmas tree. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he cut a long wound along his remaining good arm. A large amount of his blood began to drip outward even as his vital stars began to rotate. During this process, Lionel's dense crimson blood shimmered with radiant gold and blue lights. It almost looked as though an elixir of a god was being pulled out from his body and into Aina's. He allowed it all to pour into Aina's mouth. Although his own recovery became much slower, Aina's became much faster as a result. First, her bleeding came to a stop, and then her flesh began to slowly grow back. As she grew better, Lionel increased the amount of his blood he let her swallow, allowing her to accommodate more and more. In just a few seconds, Aina's pale complexion became much redder, and her arm and leg began to grow back. First came their bones, then their flesh, nerves, and veins, before finally supple and fair skin came back with the same ruddiness of her face. Aina felt like an intoxicating brew was slipping down her throat. To this day, although she wasn't quite sure why, there was no blood that she had ever felt or tasted that was nearly as good as Lionel's. It was just unfortunate that before this, she had only experienced the tiniest bit. But this time, more and more of the intoxicating liquid filled up her belly, rushing through her veins and causing her to moan with pleasure. The heart-rending pain she had been experiencing had long since vanished. There was only a wild pleasure coming from the depths of her soul. At that moment, Aina felt that her boda's strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. Even the Fiend Class Force pills she had swallowed up until now weren't nearly as effective. Dash. When the stream of blood finally stopped, her lips had turned an intoxicating shade of bright red, and the eyes she looked at Lionel with were full of allure. Caught off guard and feeling quite weak himself after having given away so much of his blood, Lionel couldn't even react when Aina shot up and pressed her lips to his own. Chapter 1576. Published at 27th of January, 2023, 12:32 and 30 seconds p.m. Chapter 1576. Everything if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel had been distracted by more than just his own weakness. After having been slapped nearly to death by the demon ape, Aina's white flexible armor had shattered as well. In fact, there was even less of it left than there was of her. It was impossible for Lionel to focus on such a thing while the love of his life was at death's door. But after she was clear and her life was no longer in danger, if it wasn't for the weakness his body was experiencing and that he practically had no blood left to spare, he just might have experienced the feeling of his nose becoming a crimson geyser. It was one thing to experience Aina's nakedness when their minds fused into one, but it was something else entirely when he could see it with his own eyes, and something even more difficult to ignore when she suddenly pressed up against him like this, especially since he had already retracted his own armor and there was nothing left on his torso but his own skin. Lionel was suddenly very thankful that there was such a dense fog around, because this scene was simply too enticing for others to see. In fact, with his temper, if anyone else did see it, he just might try to gouge their eyes out. Too beautiful, too soft. The lines of her body were so powerful, and yet so feminine and gentle. Every fiber was filled with strength, but it had just the same amount of suppleness. Even before she pounced on Lionel, her chest rippled with her every light breath and gentle gulp. It was an absolutely gorgeous and hypnotic sight, only made better by the fact it was half obscured by what remained of her armor. One breast was more than half covered by soft leathers and strong silver metals, but the other was revealed to the air. Both were much larger than even what Lionel's hands could handle, and both managed to enter a state of perfection, whether covered or free. However, what was maybe even more enticing was Aina's exposed hip. What remained of her armor just barely managed to cover the delicate region between her thighs, but an entire side of her wide hips and slender waist was exposed to the winds, even down to the gorgeous slope of her ass and her long, slender legs. When she jumped into Lionel's arms, his now healed hand couldn't help but subconsciously stretch forward and knead this soft, supple skin, even shamelessly caressing the curve of her bottom and allowing his fingers to sink into the seemingly endless mound of flesh. This feeling was no less intoxicating than the feeling of her exposed chest pressing against his own. The beating of her heart transmitted right into his soul, even as her tongue wrapped around his. Aina completely allowed her body to fall into Lionel's embrace, hooking an arm around his neck and sinking her other hand into his hair. She didn't seem to care about anything else. She only wanted to experience more of Lionel's warmth, more of his touch. When she felt Lionel poking between her legs, his mass and girth so heavy and forceful that it pushed through both their layers of robes and armor, her breathing only quickened. She really wanted it, so much so that she couldn't even quite express it into words. She placed both her hands on Lionel's collarbone and pushed hard, pressing his back into the ground. Lionel's brows shot up, his lips still somewhat moist from her kiss. He had actually wanted more, only to find that the sensation was suddenly ripped away. However, any complaints he were washed away the instant he saw her enticing silhouette straddling him. Her skin was completely flushed red, her rippling breasts bouncing ever so slightly with her every breath. The two seemed to have completely forgotten that they were in the demon world, their minds focused entirely on nothing other than their own lust. Aina's seemingly soft and gentle hands ripped open the lower half of Lionel's robes, leaving him completely speechless. Wasn't she a little too eager? She could have just taken them off the normal way. What was he supposed to wear now? Lionel didn't even get to finish these thoughts before his eyes widened and his legs trembled. Aina's gaze, misty and somewhat unfocused, met Lionel's. Her soft palms wrapped around his shaft, delicately stroking as though she was afraid to hurt him. She slipped backward and bent over, the softness of her breast enveloping Lionel. The feeling was so overwhelming that Lionel forgot how to think and even how to breathe. There was just a sudden eruption of pent-up emotions stirring deep within him, his heart trembling uncontrollably. And then he felt her lips touch the tip of his cock. It was just the second time he had experienced such a thing. The memory of the first was still all too clear in his mind. But this felt even better, countless times more fiery, as though the very heat of Aina's loins were transferring to him. Aina's gaze became mistier, her breathing became labored, and her heated breath only made Lionel twitch more fiercely. Lionel had just undergone an instant recovery. The scent he was giving off was so pure and strong that it was almost like a drug filling up Aina's lungs. She wanted more of it, so much so that her lips seemed to part on their own, swallowing the tip of his shaft into the warm moistness of her mouth. Lionel's jaw clenched, his breathing becoming deeper as his chest continually expanded. Aina's actions were slightly awkward, but Lionel's sensitivity was sky-high and her movements were so gentle that none of it seemed to matter. The delicate touch of her hands and her tongue left Lionel completely at her mercy, those soft sounds being the only thing that could be heard for hundreds of meters. However, just when Lionel's cock convulsed, about to be brought over the edge of no return, Aina came to a sudden stop. Lionel could even see straight, so he only felt a shadow come over him and felt his lips embraced by another pair. Aina savored Lionel's taste, her own hips involuntarily grinding at a steady rhythm. She laughed lightly, her voice sounding sultry and soothing. All the talk about baby making appointments, you don't want to finish inside the wrong place, do you? Dash. She whispered into Lionel's ears like a temptress, enticing him with the call of a siren. Lionel released a low growl. This vixen was getting a little bit too full of herself. His powerful arms wrapped around her waist and flipped her beneath him. A slight squeal of delight left Aina's lips, her eyes looking into Lionel's own with an undisguised desire and anticipation. She was willing to give Lionel her everything, and there wasn't the slightest reluctance in her heart. Her legs wrapped around Lionel, her palms pressed against his cheeks. However, in that instant, a spark of rage lit Lionel's eyes, his head snapping upward and looking in a particular direction. At this moment, his desire to kill was maybe even greater than it had been just a few minutes ago, his patience having been whittled down to nothing. Chapter 1577, published at 30th of January, 2023, 9:57 and 33 seconds a.m., Chapter 1577. Amusing if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel was absolutely furious. The interruption was one matter that he didn't mind too much. Aina was his woman, and he was her man. These things would happen naturally one way or another. He might have been hesitant, but he wouldn't deny Aina's eagerness regardless of how he felt. All of his hesitation was related to her feelings to begin with. Whether or not he lost his virginity wasn't something he placed very much weight in. What truly made him furious was that the kill Aina had nearly lost her life for them to secure was currently very close to being taken away. This individual spatial affinity was simply on a level Lionel had never before seen. So high level that even his Starry Star domain was completely useless in stopping them. While Lionel had mostly used his Starry Star domain to twist and manipulate the internal side of the demon ape so that it couldn't lock onto them and actively attack, it still had a great effect on the surrounding space itself. At the very least, one should feel quite a bit of disorientation when trying to use spatial force in this region. This individual, though, didn't have the slightest difficulty in doing so. It was very clear and obvious that their spatial affinity was far beyond Lionel's own. At the end of the day, the starry-tailed fox was still just a pinnacle seventh-dimensional lineage factor. As such, its ethereal star force was restrained in the same way, not to mention the fact that space was just a minor aspect of this force, which was predominantly a star and light force. It might have been enough to roam free and unrestrained in the human domain, but for some reason, this zone was amped up to an extreme. Lionel and Aina, who could be considered to be the greatest talents the human domain could produce, aside from maybe Lionel's parents themselves, couldn't even defeat a middle fiend-class demon without pulling out everything they had. And yet, in this world, there was a group of geniuses getting ready right this moment to try and kill 10% of a huge population of them, just to lay their hands on the top prize. The gap was simply enormous and unfathomable. It was even more difficult to accept that this wasn't even considered the pinnacle of talent in this world. Beyond it, there were still individuals capable of giving good fights and even killing demons who could sway a fiend-class demon to death with a single thought. When things were put into this perspective, It wasn't surprising at all that Lionel's control over space wasn't enough to deal with this person. If Lionel was correct, this individual should have been waiting outside his barrier, likely following the battle through the use of their spatial affinity. Lionel had learned a lot about spatial force and its uses when studying those research papers about the formation of spatial rings. So he knew that this was very much possible. With this method, a person wouldn't be able to see anything, but they should be able to make out what was happening for the most part. When they felt that the timing was appropriate, they then swooped in and flashed into Lionel's domain in a single bound. That said, Lionel's gaze turned frighteningly cold. He might be inferior to these people in many aspects, but when it came to his mind and his dream force, he had yet to meet someone that was on his level without also being several dimensional tiers above him. Before, Lionel had only layered the stars of the starry star domain to interfere with the internal sight of the demon ape. It was designed to confuse and disorient, not to hinder movement. At the same time, there was no use in trying to brute force with a person this skilled in spatial force. He would lose 10 out of 10 times. Lionel didn't need to think to know that this was definitely true. While his starry star domain didn't hinder movement, it should have made it difficult for the individual to lock onto a location to teleport to, and yet they had done so anyway. That was all Lionel needed to know. With the current configuration, he couldn't stop this person, and he couldn't use brute spatial force to stop them either, because he would end up crushed. But what he lacked in strength, his mind would always be able to make up. Lionel's eyes only turned colder. He raised a free hand, and a surge of spatial force manifested. Across the several kilometers distance that separated him and the demon ape corpse, several silvery gold starlights appeared around its body. In the distance, a young man with sparkling silver eyes stood over the corpse of the demon ape, having just appeared. Middle fiend class? Unfortunate, but it's a pure strength type. That's very rare already. Perfect makes it worth it. He looked off into the distance where Lionel and Aina probably were. Those two should probably be dead or close to it. Doesn't matter much anyway. Overestimating yourselves and ending up in such a state in the demon world is practically suicide. This should be the two that suddenly appeared on the leaderboard all of a sudden. The eyes of the young man glowed. This was definitely worth the trip. A pure strength demon and over 100 billion points waiting for him on a silver platter. What a stroke of fortune. Just then, silvery gold lights appeared around the demon ape corpse that made the young man raise an eyebrow before he chuckled. Oh, so you're still alive enough to be thinking about holding on to this corpse? How amusing. Using spatial force in front of me should be a sin. The young man reached out, planning to counter and twist Lionel's teleportation apart. But almost instantly, his expression changed. The demon corpse before him vanished into thin air, leaving him stunned into silence. Chapter 1578. Published at 30th of January, 2023, 9:57 and 31 seconds a.m. Chapter 1578. Load a structure if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Aina, who was still pinned beneath Lionel, didn't even register what was happening just yet when a 6-meter-tall demon corpse suddenly appeared right beside them. She was startled for a moment until she sensed Lionel's gaze and came to understand that something must have happened. No matter how distracted Lionel was, he would never miss something happening within his dream world. Because he had to keep the heavy fog up so that no one could spy on their intimate moment, he of course had to keep his starry spirit domain up as well. As such, the moment something teleported into the region, he had sensed it. This individual had been able to use their spatial affinity to hide from Lionel's internal sight, but nothing could hide within Lionel's dream world. So when he crossed into a 10-kilometer range of Lionel, he had been directly exposed. However, even with this being the case, there was nothing that Lionel could do against this individual's high spatial affinity. It seemed that they would lose the demon ape corpse that they had worked so hard to get. That said, Lionel's strongest talent was any of his lineage factors. By far his strongest talent was his ability index and the power of his mind. He knew that he couldn't defeat this individual in spatial affinity, so he decided to make the latter's spatial affinity work for him. The lotus structure Lionel had learned about in that one research paper immediately came to mind. It took control of spatial force and fused into the intricate structure of a multi-layered lotus. The point of this structure was to survive the onslaught of anarchic force and allow long-range teleportation, something that was usually absolutely impossible within such a dense region of anarchic force. The lotus structure would protect the core, which held the most valuable information, and with the use of a very specific design, the outer layers would have to crumble piece by piece first before the middle could be affected. But by then, the teleportation would have long since come to an end, and the lotus structure would no longer be needed. Of course, this was just a theory posited by a student of the Void Palace, but Lionel had already put it to the test multiple times in his dream world and knew that it had a solid basis for application. It was just that he didn't particularly need it, so he had never actively used it. The problem with the lotus structure method was that it took at least 10 times more force than the usual to complete the same action. For someone like Lionel, who had a lineage factor perfectly tailored for speed and a divine armor perfect for restricting the speed of opponents, he had no need to waste stamina on such a thing. In addition, because he had the Starry Light domain, he could practically mimic King Arthur's ability to turn into pure light force, making his speed reach an ungodly level when this domain was activated. That said, there was another method by which the lotus structure could be made useful. What if instead of using it to block anarchic force, it was instead used to guide forces? What was special about the lotus structure was that it forced certain parts of itself to crumble before other parts. On the surface, this was only useful to avoid certain outcomes, but wasn't it just as useful at forcing certain outcomes as well? With slight tweaks to the structure, and with a clever mind for application, Lionel could force an enemy's force to react almost exactly how he wanted it to, so long as it wasn't using a structure more complex than his own lotus. The young man had been far too overconfident, though he somewhat had reason to be. He had already seen through Lionel's level of spatial affinity and, in fact, looked down upon it. He didn't need to use a complex technique to counter Lionel, so he had just casually sent his spatial force forward to shatter Lionel's teleportation attempt. However, what he hadn't expected was for his spatial force to feel like it had entered a maze. Before he could react, his spatial force was twisted and reversed, eventually becoming the fuel for Lionel's own teleportation. With his level of skill and the level of spatial force he had access to, it was simply impossible for Lionel to teleport something across several kilometers, even with his domains deployed. In addition, his Starry Light domain could only be used to improve his own evasion. It couldn't be used on an object. This young man, however, had access to an extremely high-level spatial force. It was without a doubt at least top 10, if not top 5. With his spatial force as fuel, the task was almost easy. Then, in the blink of an eye, the lotus vanished and the young man lost the ability to track the teleportation. He could only stand in silence, quite stunned about what had just happened. Even now, he couldn't understand. And how could he? Only someone with a mind as fast and powerful as Lionel's own could calculate the perfect lotus structure in a fraction of a second and deploy it even faster. Like Lionel had said, he might lose in raw power, but when it came to intelligence, he wouldn't lose to anyone. By this point, Aina was frowning and was very much not happy. She wanted to spend some time with Lionel, but they were actually interrupted. To Aina, it didn't really matter where she lost her virginity. Just the fact that it was to Lionel was enough, which was why she hadn't even hesitated despite the fact they were in the demon world. But now that they had been interrupted, she was furious. She pushed herself up, a glass bottle that appeared in her palm, shattering to release large amounts of crimson blood that quickly formed into a dense armor around her. "I'm going to kill him." Her voice sounded powerful and layered, almost as though two of her were speaking at once. Lionel's brows only had time to jump once before Aina vanished from his side. Chapter 1579. Published at 30th of January, 2023, 9:57 and 29 seconds AM. Chapter 1579. Unfair if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Lionel was stunned speechless. It was a bit amusing that Aina was so enraged, firstly, and even quite adorable. But it only took a moment for that feeling to be flooded away by dread. And then, subsequently, confusion. Aina wasn't an idiot. Plus, with the connection they had between one another thanks to their minds being linked, she should be able to tell exactly what Lionel's analysis of this individual was. And yet, instead of taking a step back and retreating like Lionel had initially planned, she actually charged forward. There was only one reason Aina would do this. She was confident, but they had just risked their life against a middle fiend class demon. How had she suddenly become confident to deal with such a person? It was only then that Lionel turned his attention from the individual in the distance to his girlfriend. He had been so distracted by everything else, and so very much used to their minds being linked, that he didn't really pay much attention to exactly what was happening and what had happened to her body. When Lionel finally did, he was silent for a very long time. How was this fair exactly? She drank his blood. His blood. Blood that was his. Blood that ran through his veins, and somehow used it to become so much more powerful than him. Where was the logic? The justice? Who should he even go to complain to about this? By the time Lionel realized that he should probably rush over, a violent clash began playing out in his head. Aina appeared before the young man in the distance, her eyes blazing and her axe swinging down with a mighty momentum. The young man, who was still in a daze, was stunned once again. He could recognize this spatial fluctuation. It was definitely that woman from before. But why was she suddenly so fast and strong? When one used spatial affinity in place of internal sight, the picture wasn't clear. Even figures were just foggy waves in space. You weren't observing objects themselves, but rather the effect said objects had on the space around them. As such, it was impossible to get a crystal clear image no matter what you did. But, that said, different forces had different interactions with space, and there were also variations based on technique and strength. Aina's strength had suddenly shot upward, making it almost impossible for the young man to recognize her. But the interaction between blood force and space, not to mention that particular battle axe in space, was too unique for him to not understand he was running into the same person. He quickly struck out with a palm toward Aina's axe. Though he rushed the attack and couldn't use his internal sight within Lionel's domain, nor could he see, he was more than capable of using the spatial ripples to lock onto her and counter her with a powerful strike. After all, he was a true fiend-class genius, even if he wasn't even close to being the best among them. Bang! A violent force charged up the young man's arm, forcing him to disperse it through the use of spatial waves and take several heavy steps backward. What the hell? A second bloodied axe surged, the rushed defenses of the young man becoming more and more difficult to put up as Aina only seemed to become faster and faster. The young man was pissed and even wanted to find a chance to counter. But it was then he suddenly remembered what had happened earlier with his spatial force. Could it be that he had been tricked and lured into a trap? Could it be that they were never so weak to begin with? He still couldn't understand exactly how Lionel had outplayed him. From what he understood, the only possibility was that Lionel's spatial force affinity was far beyond his own. But if that was the case, then why was it that it had seemed so weak before? A trap. That seemed to be the only explanation. Escape. He had to escape. They underestimated him too much if they really thought that they could stop him. The young man roared, a wild spatial fluctuation spreading out in all directions and shattering Lionel's star domain like glass. Aina was second flying backward, her armor cracking in several places. She stomped the ground hard, ready to wade through the fluctuation and attack again. But by the time she stabilized herself, the young man had vanished, having used quite a profound escaping technique that sent him several 100 kilometers away. Aina frowned, clearly feeling unsatisfied. She looked to her side, only to find that Lionel had suddenly appeared there, and was looking right at her. If it was possible, his eyes might very well have turned into floating question marks. I would say that my seed is just that powerful, but one, I don't want to sound too much like that old man of mine, and two, you didn't even actually drink it. Lionel had a look of puzzlement and even a slight shade of disappointment on his face, but when Aina heard his words, he earned a solid elbow to the side that made him cough several times. Unfair, Lionel wheezed out between coughs. Truly unfair. Aina's displeasure turned into a beaming smile. Lionel's blood really did make her feel like she was walking on clouds, but it felt much more profound than just that. The first time she had Lionel's blood, it completely destroyed the curse that she had lived with for almost 2 decades. If not for her preserving a bit of it to train, it would have been eradicated that very day. And this second time she did, it was as though every strand of impurity within her had been burned to ash. Every single slight flaw was fused and patched up, and all of her accumulations were consolidated into one. However, Aina instinctually felt that this was just the tip of the iceberg. This time, she had consumed enough of Lionel's blood to gain his lineage factors. Or rather, at least bits and pieces of them. She gained almost none of his metal synergy lineage factor, but this was to be expected. After all, the moment she was drinking his blood, he had activated instant recovery. What she had gained was actually a portion of his starry-tailed fox lineage factor, but that wasn't enough to completely explain it. No, it could explain it, it was just a single piece of the puzzle. Something within Aina's heart stirred, and she felt like she had grasped something. You said before that you gained the dark half of your lineage factor from the middle-class sector, right? Bring it out. Lionel raised an eyebrow, but he still flipped over a palm. Chapter 1580, published at 30th of January, 2023, 9:57 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 1580. High affinity? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel made a move to hand the tablet over to Aina, but she actually shook her head. Learn it. Lionel's brows shot up. Learn it? What is she talking about? Was this the time to even consider something like this? And even if it was possible now that Aina's strength had taken such a large leap forward, and they could afford to take such a risk, there was still the issue of his affinity. Lionel had planned to try to complete as many runes of his Void Star Force as he could before he even made the attempt, so that he could lower the difficulty and minimize the number of variables. If he casually tried to learn these new lineage factors, there were too many potential issues that could arise. For example, he wasn't even sure if the 2 lineage factors would clash or not. The only way he could be certain that no issues would arise, or at the very least that he could deal with them if they did, was by raising his Dark Force affinity as high as possible. So long as his Dark Force affinity was high, it would be easier to read and react to the exact changes his body was undergoing. If worst came to worst, he would be able to use his Tier 4 controllability index to suppress or even outright cage this new lineage factor, something that would be far more difficult if he didn't have a high natural affinity to it. Aina, though, only tilted her head in confusion when she saw Lionel hesitate. What are you hesitating for? They'll protect you. Lionel explained his thought process, but Aina's expression only became weirder. Your Dark Force affinity is low? I don't think that's true. Lionel blinked. What was Aina talking about? Even Valiant Heart Mountain had been able to tell that Lionel's Dark Force affinity was low. Back then, the overseers of the affinity test for Valiant Heart Mountain hadn't spoken Lionel's affinities out loud because they were scared of exposing his identity, but Lionel himself knew his own affinities well enough. In addition, though he hadn't seen his affinities written out that day, he was sure that Dark Force wasn't on there. Lionel was correct, but this wasn't surprising. His memory was impeccable and understanding of his own body was extraordinarily deep. No, I'm certain. Your Dark Force affinity is very, very high. Lionel didn't even know what to say. If it was anything else speaking these words, he would have directly ignored them. He was too confident in his own deduction abilities to listen to the deductions of someone else not named Velasco Morales. He didn't even normally like to explain himself, so he very clearly didn't care for the input of others. But Aina was different. Even if he didn't agree with what she was saying, Lionel also didn't believe that she was a fool. In fact, in many aspects, she was sharper than even him due to her instinctive way of doing things. There were many things it was quite safe to rely on her for. I sense it myself. I just had a lot of your blood. Not only did it make my Abyssal Panther bloodline grow stronger, it raised my own Dark Force affinity by several levels. But even then, I'm pretty sure that it's still far weaker than yours. Lionel blinked. He trusted Aina, and he had never seen a single instance where her objective instincts were wrong. If they could be used to concoct complex force pills, analyzing something as simple as what level an affinity was even easier. Did my Dark Force affinity increase because I formed 2 Void Star Force stars? It's possible that the synergy between that and my divine armor had a stacked effect, but Lionel's brows furrowed. He really didn't feel like this was correct at all. There was definitely something wrong here. Lionel took a breath and shook his head. All right, let's say that you're correct. Why do you want me to start training in this right now? What's the connection? All right, that's because the reason my strength experienced such an explosive return isn't just because I drank your blood. It's more so about the synergy. I can feel the faint, starry-tailed fox lineage factor within me right now resonating with my Abyssal Panther bloodline. Instead of antagonizing each other, they seem to be almost fusing and strengthening as one. If I'm correct, this lineage factor has a Light Star Force and Dark Star Force side for a reason. They were likely always meant to be put together, so much so that even when the Light Star Force meets a normal Dark Force lineage factor like my own, it still experiences the same large boost. Lionel's eyes widened, Aina's words only now truly getting to him. The Abyssal Panther bloodline could be considered half a lineage factor that Aina had gained thanks to a zone of terrain. It was only a 5th-dimensional creature, so the strength she got out of it by this point was quite minuscule. In fact, Lionel was always telling her that she was wasting away her ability to absorb bloodlines by limiting herself like this. Truthfully, if Aina took her blood sovereign abilities more seriously instead of always running away from them, she'd be hundreds of times stronger than she was right now. The fact that synergy with a mere Abyssal Panther bloodline and part of his starry-tailed fox lineage factor had actually allowed Aina's power to increase so explosively, Lionel wasn't even quite sure what to say. He stared at the bronze tablet for a very long time. It seemed that this really was the best choice to make. With the pace the event was moving at in this sector, it seemed that it would take much longer to complete than the others had. If he didn't take advantage of this, he would be wasting a potential chance. Lionel looked at the tablet and exhaled a breath. All right, I'm not sure how long this will take, but I'll try. If I feel like I'm getting stonewalled, then I'll just stop. Don't let me meditate for too long. Lionel sat down and enveloped the tablet with his starry spirit domain. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.